So, last time, you guys woke up after a nice drinking session with the whole crew. Uh, went off to this island that you heard about that a crystal had crashed down into. Went and took the I don't even remember what we're calling it, the wind skimmer or something like that, like the side cart to the main airship, and you guys flew out there to investigate. You got to the island, went inside, scoped things out. It was very clear where there was a giant impact, and it was causing the water in the surrounding area to leak inside the temple. You walked in there was water everywhere. You went and investigated. These kind of damaged Magitech suits of armor came out and attacked you guys. Destroyed them, ripped some of the crystals out from inside, journeyed around, found a portcullis leading outside of the area that extended below the island. Walked around on the bridges around it to get to the other side. Found a door leading further down. It looked like it was going down below the water. You opened it and jumped out of the way before the water would have knocked you out and draining the bottom. Found the giant crystal cluster that you're looking for, just to have this creature hiding up in magical darkness fly down. This one-eyed flying bat-like creature cast the doom spell on everybody, giving you 60 seconds to live before it would have knocked you unconscious.
And the numbers.
Yep. You quickly dispatched him, getting him before once the fight started to go in your favor, which is pretty quickly actually. He decided he was going to try and flee and just wait out the timer so you would all die so he could come back for his free meal, but he was not able to get away as everybody was attacking him, and there was a few people that were able to attack very well in the air. You put him down, got your crystal, found a nice hat inside of a treasure chest that had a false compartment, and traveled back to the island. On the way back, though, it looked like the familiar cloud that is protective, like the protective field for the island, so nobody can really see it from a distance, was starting to disperse, causing some alarm. And as you got closer, you could see the island with flames on it and smoke starting to rise from it. And that's where we left off. You are flying up there, and you are relatively close to it now. As you are flying around, you see the door to the hangar underneath is open currently, and there are flames coming from. You can see light flames coming from down there too, with smoke pouring out, and the majority of the buildings on the upper level have also been caught on fire. So you can figure out where you want to land, but you could probably land perfectly fine on the upper level if you would wish to as well, or go through the hangar.
What? Can I see anyone alive, moving, anything along the ground, or?
Sure. So you're gonna fly in through the top area first, just to look.
Well, are we high enough that we can just glance down and see?
Sure.
Yeah,
you are the one. You are the one
here?
who is flying right now. So tell me how you want to approach. If you want to look at the top level first or whatever, yeah, you can definitely get close enough. But you're the one that's flying, so yeah, tell me where you want to fly.
What's going on?
Seems someone has found our base. Yes.
If you want to get close enough to look to see what you can see, definitely give me a perception check.
I do. I'm just gonna does anybody see anyone alive? What? Anybody see anyone
on the surface, or?
I'm just seeing if anyone gives me any directions on which way to go. Because
I'm going to send out my air currents then, just to start sweeping as far as I can reach out to the. Once they tell me if we're, are we at surface level?
You guys are close enough that you could see some stuff. You can, if you want to focus, and make me a perception check using that.
All right.
It's still gonna be a little rough because there's a lot. It's not. It is, normal, but there's also a lot of fire and smoke and air that's gonna cause a little issue
Well,
with seeing down
the
there.
fire, yes, would quote unquote block things.
It would help, yeah. A lot of that's going on.
Mm-hmm.
So,
But the only thing that really, so fire would block things, close doors, etc.
Correct.
Obviously, smoke's not going to affect it.
it's not going to block it, but like all those things are causing like it to be not as clear to read as normal. But yeah, you can just make a straight perception check still.
Nope.
Okay. Yeah,
See all
you
those
try to focus and whatnot, and like as you do, like there's like a strong gust of wind that's kind of like blowing things away, and like the fire is like raging up, and it's almost like as you're like trying to feel it, like you can feel like the heat on the wind like blaring at you.
And I forget to stop breathing in the smoke and maybe
Yeah.
start like hacking or something.
Sure. Yeah,
I
you're
don't
like
know.
calling the winds up to you and everything like that, and you just like
And
get a nice
I inhale and I'm just like I start just coughing.
Sure. Smitty, you're looking as you're like flying down and kind of like swooping through like like a wide like sweep around the island to see if you can see anything before you determine where you're gonna land. You look down, you see just like buildings are like crushed and most of them are on fire. It looks like you see people like laying down on the ground. Not some people not moving. But as you look, you also see the what's the name? You see Zach, the blacksmith. He looks like he's picking somebody up that is not moving, and he's starting to like carry them towards the entrance that leads down below the island. But he's the only person you see moving right now.
I see
So
Zach. I'm going towards him, and so I'm just Z-line towards him.
Okay. Like she's like I'm relying on you guys to convey what the fuck's going on because all I can do is feel things and smell and that's it.
Okay.
So
You can bring the airship down. Roll me a d6. Smitty.
no! All right.
oh,
One.
You
What does
start
that mean?
you start like swirling, like going around the island, and you're looking for like a good place to like pull up, but like there's no really safe spot where the fires are that you can find like a good place to like anchor your airship, your wind skimmer that you're like sure it will be safe. Everywhere that you look at, it has the potential to catch fire if you pull up there, and you think you might have to like go below to get up to find a good place to jump down. You could, if somebody wanted to, they could probably jump off. There are some good spaces that you could probably run if you jump off, but there's nowhere big enough for the airship that you think would be safe for it.
All right,
Smitty, is there a space that's not on fire that you can go above?
All right, just so you know, you can't see anything, and everything's on fire, and I can't land here. There is places for you to land.
Talpa, yes. Can you put out fire so we can land?
Can I put out fire?
Yes, with. And he wiggles his fingers at you.
You're a win, lad.
With the strength of Bakhmut?
Yes, icy strength, preferably. Yes, or rain cloud
Well-
strength. Pray to Bakhmut, yes. For the storm, the thunderstorms, yes.
I could pray to Bakhmut for the thunder, I suppose, but I cannot put out the flames. No.
And then I look
All right.
at Smitty.
If
How about
any-
you?
No, if any of you is gonna jump out now. I'm going down below. If you're gonna jump out now. Zach's
Just
right over
and
there.
Is it
leap
okay to
towards-
jump?
I leap towards Zach. I grab Tempest with me.
She's if he says that it's okay, she's about to jump. She's already on the edge.
Let's get ready.
He's gonna grab you and jump. Basically, he's gonna guide you to like a safe location to jump down and land.
All right,
that's-
we'll
That's
meet
what
you.
I'm trying to do is like lead you to a spot where we can both land because I know
Since
you
he can
can't
see,
Well-
and he's a
Well,
good
yeah,
jumper.
but I can also feather fall, so I just need to know where I can land. So,
Alright. I peel away.
It's
as soon
really
as
hard
they
to
jump off.
explain.
or you can just throw me. I'll trust you.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm literally jumping and grabbing your arm.
Okay,
If you
that's
wanna go
fine.
with me,
Already
you go with me.
Yep.
Yep, cool. Okay, you
I
guys,
peel away and head down below.
cool. You guys land. Zach, I rolled. He had not seen you. You approaching, probably because of all the smoke.
As
and
soon as
everything
we
going
land,
on
I'm
around.
going to let out another air current so I can feel where bodies are or people standing or, just a generic,
You guys
close
land
range.
relatively close to like the entrance to like the cave tunnel that goes down below the stairwell there.
Is there any other bodies?
There are bodies, and they're all on the ground, not moving. So, and you see Zach carrying. You see the general goods owner, Fina,
Okay.
over his shoulder.
She's like, she turns to Zatalpa, and she's like,
So Talpa ain't with you.
or not Zatalpa,
Yeah.
sorry, Onlese. And she's like, she goes, do we pick up? She goes, I can feel people around us. Do we pick up more bodies?
Are they on fire?
Would I be able to tell that? I don't know.
Well,
no, I'm looking.
Onlese
I'm
is
looking.
looking.
Yeah.
Yeah, there like a lot of the bodies are on fire and they're not moving. And they also like give me a perception check on Lacey.
Like whatever the closest one is, like she also would have a cloak on her that she could use to squelch flames.
Okay, so you're looking around. You see a lot. As you're looking, you see like a few people on fire and unmoving, and some people that aren't on fire that also like, not moving. Looking at the ones that are on fire, they look like really bad. The one and of the other two, one looks pretty bad too, but you can see somebody else that's not moving. That it from the way they're laying, you can't really see any like really bad like wounds on them, so you're unsure like how they are. So they might still be like alive and worth saving.
I'm
not like completely quote unquote blind here. I can feel where people are. I just need to know which ones that we need to prioritize.
Sure. I'm gonna yell towards Zach. Zach, we're almost said fucking Dwarven. Zach, we are behind you. Yes.
He
And
spins around and
I'm-
sees you and like eyes
I'm
wide.
I'm leaping toward the one body that's looks like it still might be alive,
Mhm.
like it's not super injured, and I'm pulling Tempest with me.
Okay.
You gotta go with him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
go
I
with
know
it.
you guys both know you're like not like the strongest around. So
Right.
And this is upon getting closer. This is like a you recognize him as Linus. He was a wolf shifter, and he's kind of like beefy dude, kind of burly.
Thick boy?
So yeah, he's kind of a thick boy. So he might be rough to just
That's
one
fine.
of you to
Yeah,
carry.
well, we can both scoop up under each of his armpits type
Yep.
thing. So as soon as he leads me to a body, I'm gonna like, I'll feel the body, feel the closest arm, and then just scoop myself underneath him.
I'm saying hold him up,
Yeah. Okay.
and then I'm taking out a healing potion from my belt pouch, and I'm shoving it down his throat.
Okay. You shove it down his throat, and like immediately he like starts like coughing like heavily, like. Oh, you're back. And then Zach.
I'm gonna use my air currents
Mhm.
to try and like shove out and away smoke. Like.
Sure. Give me a wisdom check.
Okay. That's just straight on the left side, right? Yeah.
Yep. Just the wisdom. Not a problem. You're able to like manipulate the wind currents in such a way that you're able to push the smoke away. It's not like staying away for too long because you are surrounded by burning
Right,
buildings.
but like,
it's enough to give you
I'm
a
giving
brief-
his first breath like a
Yeah.
little bit, fresher air, like pulling the air up from the ground because obviously the air on the ground is
Yes.
gonna be the cleanest.
Yep.
And like pushing stuff away from him.
He's like, oh, you're back. And you hear Zach running, like not really walking because he wants to get like the person he's carrying down there. He's like,
Right.
oh, you missed it. We were attacked. I really don't even know what happened. It just out of nowhere, people just appeared.
What? Do
Quick,
we have a?
quick,
We do
down,
have a.
down low.
Okay.
The medic like. Jessica is she's fine and she's very overwhelmed right now, but we gotta get them down there where it's safe.
Okay. What's the shifter's name?
Linus.
Linus, can you walk by yourself?
He's like stands up and you feel him like cracking his like neck. He's like, I can now, but here, and then you see him like, "Arr!" He like shifts. He's like, oh, much better.
Maybe we can. Can you help? Like she's like feeling out. Like unless say, is there other bodies that are not too bad that he can help with?
That's what I am looking. Yes, that's the hit points, by the way.
Cool.
I
So
forgot
that's
to roll it.
he rolled max, so you got like a full 10 from that.
Yeah, there you go.
So he's actually looking pretty good. Looking
Man,
around,
Bear-
the
Man,
initial
Bear
search,
Pig, we need you to carry. Yes.
the initial search around, it doesn't look like there's anybody that's like, you see the person that looks like super fucked up that's not on fire, and the other two are not moving that are on fire, and upon the initial inspection they looked also like really rough.
Yeah.
So in the immediate area, there's not anybody that you can find, but you can potentially run off and find some other people as you go.
Right. Yeah, I'm actually going to stop breathing at this point.
Cool. Yeah, you don't have to.
I don't have to.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like as soon as like she takes like one inhale, she's like, and then she like leans low and then like kind of like settles herself and then stops breathing.
Yep. You can't communicate while you're doing that because you need to talk.
Yes, but she's going to be.
Yep, totally
yeah.
fine.
Yep.
He's like, yeah, I feel much better. Who do you need me to carry?
Unless you said there was or she actually is speaking to Unlacey in his head.
Oh,
Just
yep.
Unlacey, you said there was another body that wasn't on fire. Maybe he can help with that.
I point to the other body.
He looks down.
Linus, yes, carry that one.
He looks down. He's like, oh no, not Solomon. He picks up. Now that he's pulling him up, he recognizes him as like the satyr that was living in the village. He picks him up. He's like, oh, he's like looking at him. You can see he's just got like giant, like what looks like claw marks and like burn marks on him from like maybe like not like the fire that's around, but like maybe explosions or like shells or some type of fire, like magic. He's got like all across his face, like ripped up and like huge marks on his front.
I'm gonna
And
check for pulses quick.
I was gonna. That's what I would have done too if I was close by. I would have reached out. To
I mean,
check
if she
for a
can do
pulse.
it better.
You go to reach out for a pulse, and he just goes, no time. He just rushes towards the stairs to try and get him to Jessica.
All right.
If we survive this, yes, we need to teach these ones about triage. Yes.
Yeah.
And then I start running toward another body that looks like it might be, as best as I
Yeah.
can see in the smoke.
Basically, she's going to actually veer off from Unlacey, and she's going to send a message to him. She goes, I will signal you with my whistle if I need help. And she like pulls the whistle out from under her clothes to get it ready, and she's gonna veer off in a different direction to just try to look for bodies.
Okay.
Like
As you're doing that, Zach starts going back down too with his body, and JX3, you guys pull into the hangar. You can see the Sildra is on fire, and it looks like it's taken some pretty heavy damage along the way too.
Oh no, my baby.
oh no!
As you pull into, you see Axel and Gideon like laying motionless on the side. One is hanging over the edge, like he was like close to falling off the edge, but he's just hanging there, not moving, not falling either. And the other one's hanging like halfway, or he's like partially like on the ground inside of like your work shed that you have.
No.
We would
No.
Oh, he's
run over to them.
Well, once you
As
could
soon as we
land.
land.
Yeah.
As soon as
Yeah.
we
I
land.
land as I try
Yeah,
to land.
Yeah.
you have to you're gonna have to like basically pull up to like the side of the railing to get yourself as far away from the Sildra as possible, which is like
Yeah,
which is
because
the
you don't
blaze.
want the fire to spread
Yeah.
onto that if we need to make an escape here.
Okay, you jump out and you tie yourself over so it's like safe and it's not gonna move too close to.
I do quickly.
Yep, you jump out. Who do you run into? You got each run to one person.
Yes. Not next to each other.
One is partially inside of the shed. You can see like the bottom half of him sticking out of like your work shed that you have there. The other one is draped over the railing, looking like he like a little bit further, like heavy of a push. He might have fallen off all the way down to his
I'd
death.
run to help him.
Okay, you run over to help him and you pull him over, and you can see him like lightly breathing, looking like he's got like this part of the skin on his face like ripped off. He's got like a huge gash across one eye. It also looks like he has a ton of holes through him, like he may have like been stabbed multiple times or something like that, but he's still breathing. And you go to find Axel, and Axel actually looks like he hasn't taken too much damage. He might be unconscious for something unrelated to like the damage he might have taken, maybe like a giant like explosion
Or something.
Yeah, he might have like a head wound or something if he got knocked down or something like that. But
Right.
he's also breathing. He's just unconscious.
I yell, he's unconscious. How's Okay,
So,
so, I'm
so
turning my head and
Axel was
okay.
the dwarf that you have there, and Gideon is the human that was over the edge.
How's Gideon? I'm looking over,
He's
yelling at him.
alive.
What does that mean? What do you? So I kind of like dragging. I'm dragging.
Well, can I make like a medicine check to see
Sure,
how alive he is?
absolutely. Yep, make me a medicine check.
How alive are you?
Oof. You're
Not
not
very
sure.
alive.
You can see.
You can tell he's
You
breathing.
can see he has like a.
I just look back. He's alive.
He's like got like a light, very light, shallow breathing, but it's kind of like a rapid breathe, and you can just see him like blood like pouring out of like his face,
Ooh.
but and a
What
bunch
the
of
hell?
bunch of holes through him, but you're not sure like you're not super great at like figuring out if those are like if he's got like really
Severe.
mortal, yeah, you're not sure like what has been punctured depending on where those were taken or anything like that. You're not really good at determining those things.
Can I see that? Can I see?
If you get closer, if he brings them over to you, sure. And you have your armor
yeah, I
too, so
do.
you can have your armor like
Yeah,
carrying these guys.
Well, no, so the armor is. I kind of like tell it to get off the ship while I'm moving over towards it because I just quickly just scramble over to
Right.
them, right. So I'm gonna drag Gideon out. I see he's okay, and I turn and run towards. Or sorry,
Yeah,
Axel. I'm trying to run towards Gideon. I see him like, oh no, and like I just reach down to my arm, and I kind of hit something, and you notice over my suit, something just pops out the back and just starts zipping over towards Zatalpa, and kind of like stops and hovers over Gideon and heals him. I'm doing a healing word on. That's all I can do. Healing word on Gideon.
You deploy healing drone.
Yes, I do. I'll deploy my healing drone.
I like swat at it, thinking it's some kind of like bug.
What the Stop it! Stop that!
It's like, not now, insect. I'm trying to save him.
7 + 7 healing.
Okay. The healing is enough that he starts. You can see he remains unconscious, but like the wounds start to slowly close up on him, and you can see now the damage to like his eye is probably going to be permanent. His breathing regulates more of a normal like breathing, but he remains unconscious.
Oh, a lot. He should be okay right now. And I'm just looking around. Do I see anybody else?
In the hangar, you don't see anybody else, but you can see like signs of like battle happen. Like through the hallway, you can see this like huge like tears in like the hallway going down there, and rubble from whatever fight might have happened in here.
All right. When I was over at Axel, did I look in my shed? Did everything look okay in there?
Everything in the shed looked like it was untouched.
Okay.
Like they weren't here for necessarily just to like rob the place or anything like that. So it looks like they left a lot of the things that might have been valuable in the hangar were untouched. So it doesn't even really look like there was much of a battle in here. It looks like the battle was leading up to here, and then they might have just done whatever to the crew and then set the ship ablaze and left.
All right. So I'm like, I tell him, pick him up. And I'm like motioning towards my magic armor to pick up Gideon. It's
Okay.
Zatalpa, run, check the ship, see if anybody's alive on the ship.
The ship is heavily on fire right now.
Do I?
Yeah, be
see
careful where you
anyone
go
alive?
where it's heavy fire because there's going to be way less oxygen.
On the ship is kind of like a little bit higher up, so like glancing up, you can't really see too much like on the actual deck because it is a little bit above where your eyesight is.
Yeah, but he's got.
So yeah, so if he could
Right
could
over.
totally have his Bahamut go look.
And I whisked into one of the rooms there and try to see where the medicine bay or whatever, or anything else that's in that area.
Sure.
He's checking
So
that.
with find familiar, right? Like you once you cast the spell, you can then like dismiss them and resummon them as an action.
Yeah.
Right?
You can send them to like their own pocket
Their own
dimension
pocket
and then
dimension, yep.
resummon them back over to you.
Yeah.
which you
So
can
I
use
don't
them.
think
You can.
I don't typically have him out. So when you say that, I like pop him into my hand kind of thing. Just like snaps to, and then just sort of launch him straight into the air.
Okay. He flies up, and on the deck, you don't see anybody on the deck. It just flames everywhere, smoke pouring out, but the smoke's not really like filling up the room too much because the hangar bay is open, so most of it's just getting pulled outside.
Okay. So there's no signs of people?
There's no signs of people on there, and also give me a perception check with your Bahamut stats.
Okay.
Which his is, he has a +1 wisdom, so. Oh, actually, he has a +3 to perception, so it'll be a +3 for whatever he has.
I just did
Not bad.
20.
15.
Okay, he's looking at it, and it like if you're like looking through his eyes, you can't really tell any signs of battle up there. Like as far as you can tell, it was just lit on fire, and there was no like combat or anything that happened on there outside of the normal like signs of the ship that you're familiar with. Anything else you want to do? That's just on the surface, though.
Okay. Well, can he like fly right in and search around?
He can. Yep. Give me like a dexterity check with him, because there's a lot of fire, so he's gonna have to like try and evade that.
Yeah. Okay. So
He's got a +2.
scoot in there, and
What
he
kind
is
of
a
dragon is he?
+2 acrobatics. So do I.
This is his pseudo Bahamut.
Oh, I didn't know if he had like fire resistance or anything. I'm just curious.
He does not.
Poor.
So poor. He's flying
just a
through
brave little guy. He's
fire everywhere. He only takes 1 point of fire damage, and he's still standing because he's not your typical super weak familiar. He's got a little heft to him. So he flies through. He takes a little bit of damage, but he's able to fly down below deck, and he's searching everywhere and looking around. He doesn't see. It looks pretty empty as he's going around, but he sees like the core of the airship, the crystal that powers it, is like covered in flames.
the what?
As he's flying through, there's the so the way that the airship is controlled, it doesn't have like a normal steering wheel. It has like a giant crystal at it that is used, that they normally use to communicate. Like you commune with the crystal, and you can use that to like kind of like mind link with it, and you use that to like steer with it. So it's not like a normal like piloting system.
Okay.
So that crystal that is used to, and that's also a thing that powers the airship. So it has flight, the thing that gives it its defenses as well, to cause, to create the smoke or the fog cloud around the airship itself and around the whole island. All of that this crystal is able to do, and it's sitting there like right now with fire like wreathed around it.
Crazy. Okay, so that when I see that, then I sort of recall Pseudo Bakhmut, or can I just like dismiss him from there?
Yep, you can just like snap
Just
your fingers
instantly
and
like,
just
boom, like shoot
Yep.
him, shunt him away.
Yep.
And then I tell Smitty.
I would have already been running to.
Smitty has
I'm
left.
assuming. I'm assuming I would have. I had the armor follow me.
Yeah, you're going to the med bay.
I'm trying to look around, see if I've seen anybody else. I'm running to the med bay.
Okay.
Because that's somewhere where I can find something to help him.
Sure. Okay, so you're running to the med bay. He's investigating the ship. Back up to Tempest and Onlese. You are diving through the fire to look for more people out there.
Mhm.
Both of you give me perception checks, and I would like Constitution saving throws. Well, not from you. You're not breathing, so
Yep.
you're fine. But it's a Constitution saving throw from Onlese.
Perception.
Oh yeah.
Let's see.
Nice.
Okay. You're able to you're like the smoke is like really getting to you on Lacey, but right now you're able to push through without any negative effects happening. As you push through the buildings, you find there's tons of fire everywhere, but you're able to find one person who is like inside their house, and like the table is collapsed over top of them and it's on fire, but it has protected them from a lot of falling debris or whatever. So looks like like if they were stuck a little longer, then they couldn't get up from the table, so they were trapped if there was nobody there to save them. So you're able to like lift that up and start dragging them out. And Tempest as well, you actually find the resident Warforged that was there. Looks like he's got a lot of damage too. The fire and the smoke isn't the problem, but he looks like he was heavily damaged and he's currently like offline.
I can't fucking pick up a Warforge.
Yep, he's there. That is the Warforged you know as Grail.
Oh shit!
That was an out of game.
That was. That was definitely an out of game.
Should we know who he is? I don't know who he is.
So he looks like he might have been. He looks like he was like pretty heavily damaged, but he's seen worse. It looks like whatever, some kind of internal thing might have like done some damage to his like the magic that keeps him alive, and he's been like knocked out.
Who's Grail?
Like some sort of inside joke. It's just inside thing.
It is an
He's
inside
from
thing that
another-
he's from another campaign.
Cody's character from another campaign that I ran.
Justice.
Yeah.
That's the Justice Warforged.
Oh, no. Okay, I heard stories.
Fuck.
Yeah, he's gonna be pretty heavy.
Okay, where is he? Is he somewhere like?
You find him. He's not actually inside of any building.
Thank God. Like
and
that's
he's not
the-
surrounded by fire either. He's kind of like by where the fountain was, and you see the fountain has been like smashed. Like not like there was attacked, but like maybe somebody really heavy,
Okay.
maybe him was like knocked into it. And
I'm gonna
crushed it.
have to come back for him
Mhm.
because I can't move him.
Yeah, right
Wasn't
now
he the
Um,
scout frame? Might be a little later. I don't know.
he was a paladin, so he was into heavy
He was-
stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, he
So-
was bad.
So, unfortunately, I cannot help him because
Yeah.
he is way too big.
You see him,
Um,
and he looks like he's probably salvageable. Like,
Yeah. So
but-
I stop and I'm like, I check him and I kind of like with my winds, I'm like kind of like feeling the dents and whatever. I'm like, okay, and then I'm like feeling around him. I'm like, okay, there's no fire. I mean, obviously we're outside, so I'm gonna continue.
Yep.
Like as soon as I check him really quick, I'm like, okay, he's not by anything. I'm gonna continue finding.
he's
someone.
essentially like at 0 but stabilized.
Right. So just continue going, searching out.
Sure.
Pete, when I grabbed whoever I grabbed out of the house,
Mhm.
I would have tried to grab some cloth, like a tablecloth or part of a curtain, and cut it.
Oh, that
whatever's
makes it
not
much
burning,
easier. Yep.
And then doused it with my water skin and wrapped it around my face.
Perfect. Yep. It was you when you grab this person. It was a human female named Lemia. That you recognize, she was kind of more like just worked in like the garden, doing like some growing food and stuff like that.
Yeah, if I recognize anybody as one of our resident wizards or sorcerers or somebody that might be able to put out fires, let me know,
I will.
because I will possibly shove another potion down their throat.
Yep.
Again, use my
So-
last potion.
Sure. So right now it looks like most of the people that you've run across have been just people that have been like helping keep the
Yeah,
keep
townspeople.
townspeople keep everything going and whatnot.
Yeah.
We haven't
I
seen
mean,
any
I'm
of the
looking for
crew
more
members
important
around.
people like that as well, because I'm gonna signal if I find someone like that.
Okay.
But
So you're gonna help her and move her, take her back down to the med bay, yeah?
Lemia?
Yeah.
Yes, I will. Anybody? I obviously can't carry multiple people, so yeah, I've
Right,
got to
right.
bring her down
Okay.
into the
Okay.
hideout.
While you're doing that, Tempest, you can give me another perception check while you're looking for somebody else.
oh man, I can't just keep that perception check.
Nope.
So good.
Okay.
So not as good, but still good.
You found Grail. You looked around. He looks like he's safe in the spot he's in right now, but
Right.
you obviously know you can't move him. So you start running around, looking around, and as you like looking, you
Well, I'm
look up-
using my winds and stuff too to
Right.
help me feel out farther.
Right. So you're feeling out, and you get up to like the scout tower.
The scout tower. Okay.
You're like you think, oh, I gotta look there. You know, there might have been somebody up there. Maybe they're trapped. Who knows? As you start running towards it along the way, you hear like the sound of like a bunch of like wooden planks like breaking down and coming through. You turn and look over to the side, and you hear like a familiar voice. It's like, Tempest, you guys are back. It's Napoleon.
Oh gosh. She'll whip around. She's like, Napoleon, and she like runs over and she goes, "Are you? I mean, you're speaking. Is there anyone else that needs help?"
I don't know. I got knocked down from the tower and I crashed into this building. I've been trapped until just now.
Well, can I like feel like what's going on, like what the situation is?
What,
he's
with
pinned?
him?
Yeah.
No, he was, but he was just able to finally basically fell down from the watchtower and like smashed into like part of one of the houses, causing a lot of like wooden and rumble to fall on him. So he was having a hard time getting out of it, especially because everything was on fire around him, but he was just able to fucking break free.
Gotcha. She goes, all right. She goes, I guess Jessica's still up. Everyone's convening at the med bay.
He's like, good, because I'm gonna need a little help. And as you like feel down, you can like feel like one of his feet is just like gone. Like it might look like it looks like it was chewed off too. So he might have chewed his own leg off to get out of there. Like it might have been stuck.
No.
Like
He is a kobold after all, right?
He is a rabbit folk.
Oh, rabbit.
oh,
okay.
Jesus.
Why am I thinking he's a kobold?
She like she's actually gonna tear off like whatever she needs to like try and staunch his leg. She goes, let me get this at least for you, and she wants to like staunch the bottom of his leg.
He's like, don't worry, it wasn't my lucky foot anyways.
She actually kind of laughs. She goes, stop being a fucking goofball. Get to the fucking med bay.
Yeah, don't worry. He drops down to like 3 feet so he can walk. So he's not.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, it's okay, as long as no more of those bastards are still here.
Wait, what attacked? Did you see anything?
Well, I only saw them briefly, but judging from the amount of suits of Magitech armor that were here, it was definitely the Empire.
Fuck. All right.
But I only saw them from a distance, so I don't really know.
That's actually good that you're gonna, because she can feel him or whatever. She goes, yeah, stay low. Like, stay out of the smoke as much as you can.
Yeah, I figured. He has like a coughing fit before he starts like kind of hopping back on all fours.
Like, as much as she
threes.
wants to help him, if is able to move by himself, she wants to find anyone that's unconscious that can't, you know?
Yep.
So continuing on, like she's gonna go. Well, I guess he said you got blasted out of the guard tower. So
yeah, he was up there. So if you use your winds to look up there, you can see that the watchtower has been like blown up there. So it's kind of like goes up there and then it's like kind of broken down on the top. So it's not going anywhere anymore.
All right. So if I get a chance, one more, I guess, then feel out.
You can, but we're gonna jump back over to the other ones first.
Yeah, I know.
Smitty, you run to the med bay.
Okay, before I left, as Zithelpa was gonna look, I just yelled, "We're going to the med bay. He needs help."
Yep.
So I'm taking him there. So we're going through. Is there anything? Do I see anyone?
You see just tons of like destruction along the way. At one point in time, you have to like step over like a large amount of rubble to get through. Like the amount of damage. These are like stone walls, right? So the amount of damage that are done down here are actually like pretty heavy. It's like must have been like.
Wait. Do I see anything that is like things I was working on that are destroyed now?
Most of the things you were working on were in the hangar, and there wasn't a lot of fighting happening in there.
Okay.
So this was but as you pass by and you look at like the giant like holes in the wall, you can tell like there's no way those were done by anything other than like Magitech technology.
I'm looking at him like fucking imps, and I just keep running. Everything. Follow me.
Yep. So you bust into the med bay, and it's just like complete chaos in there. It's just,
I would be chasing down too.
Okay, you're gonna follow after you see what happens in the.
I told him what was going on. I told him
He
we're
said
going
to
to med bay.
head down to the mid bay, so I'd be heading down.
I was
Okay.
gonna say you're carrying your guys there too.
He's got.
Oh.
Well, yeah, he's got his armor carrying though.
Oh, the armor's carrying him. Gotcha.
I left Axel up there because he was still unconscious and there was no fire around. He was near my work shed, so
he was probably
just-
safe where he was. Yep, definitely.
I grabbed Gideon to bring him over.
Yeah, triage mentality, man. You gotta.
Yep. So you get in there, it's just
Busting-
complete chaos. It's only Jessica in there, and you can tell like she's actually like you can see like her clothing that normally she's kind of wearing like a dress has been ripped up, and she's not wearing a lot. It looks like she's ran out of bandages and is using her own like clothing as like bandages to like try and like stop the bleeding on all the people that she has. All the beds are like completely full. She's got like just some blankets laid out with some people on it as she's trying her best to like just save lives, and that's her main priority. And it just reeks of like blood as you walk in.
Jessica, what the?
Oh god, you guys are back! Quick, you have anything left that you can do to help these people? And you can see her like holding like pushing pressure on like a wound as like blood is just pouring out of somebody there. It's like, do you have anything? Like,
I
oh, we're gonna
pulled
lose
out
some of
some-
them.
I pulled some because I have my a pack on me. I pull out my clothes. I have extra traveler's clothes. I'm just start and I and I
No.
start,
She's talking like magical shit.
oh,
like
let's use
healing.
one bandage.
I just walk up
so-
very, very slowly and ignore Smitty and just walk up beside and say, Bakhmut's blessing upon you, and put some healing in there, some
Okay.
Bakhmutian healing.
She was like staunching this like bleeding on this goblin's neck named Quentin, like holding it really hard as blood was just pouring out. You can see his eyes as they were slowly closing, like she was losing him. And you touch him, and you like, you know, Bahamut's blessing like seeps into him. You can see like you can't see it because she's holding the wound, but like the blood stops pouring out, and his eyes just like shoot open as he like looks at you. Ah, you guys are back. Like, oh, thank you. And she's like, those two over there. She points at two other people. Like, they're the worst. I've stabilized everybody else. If you have anything else, please.
Zalt, do you have anything? I have one more heal left.
I could heal them, yes.
There is Jasper, the Aarakocra, is over there, and he's kind of like this, like, he kind of looks like a blue jay Aarakocra laying there, unconscious. Looks like he has like a snapped wing. And then you see Bridget, the gnome, also over there.
Bridget!
Yeah, and she's just like, it's like her whole like bedspread is like covered in like blood, almost like it's dripping off the bed onto the ground.
We
Isn't
are
there also a
like
stabilize action?
long rested, right?
I'm
Because
sorry.
I don't have any of my spell slots expended.
You guys did not long rest from your
We do not. We do not.
from the island. Nope.
I think when I leveled up, it all reset.
When
Level
you,
up probably did
level
it.
up will do that sometimes, but that's not. Didn't long rest you from there. You got any You got any extra spell slots you might have gotten from leveling up, but it didn't restore them.
Yeah, I just don't know what I was at. It was a while.
I don't know. You definitely.
I wasn't empty.
You use Alter Self and Dragon's Breath. I think you use Alter Self twice. Because you use your marble to restore sorcery points to get back another spell slot, so you could alter self. So I know you were at 0 for second level spell slots, but I don't think you really used any of your first levels. If I were to guess,
I think you're right. Yeah.
yeah.
Also, just from I don't know, people familiar with it. There is, I think, a stabilize action, right, Pete?
Yep, you can make a medicine
Yes.
check to stabilize somebody for sure.
I head over to Bridget, and
Sure.
I'm gonna try to stabilize her.
That's your buddy.
Is she my buddy? I can't remember whose buddy she is. What's my medicine? Oh,
That's the
God.
one that isn't Bridget the one that helped with the cipher, or is that somebody else?
No,
No,
that
somebody
was somebody else. Bridget
Oh
is
no,
the one
Bridget was the one that came and told us about the falling
correct.
star, quote unquote.
Oh.
All right, I tried to stabilize her.
You go over and look at her, and you immediately like you're looking at it, you're like, oh no, but then like you immediately see the problem, like as you're walking up to her, and you are able to like stanch the bleeding and help her as like she looks super rough, but you're able to like stop the bleeding from happening, and she pretty confident that like the immediate danger was over as
Like-
you nat 20 that. So
Oh, nice. I yell over my shoulder, Jessica, can you do something for Gideon? Like,
she looks
I'm
over at
trying to,
Gideon. She's like, she seems like, oh, God. Okay. Just she looks at the robot and she's like, I don't have anywhere to put him, so just keep holding him. As she starts like looking at him.
I got clothes in my pack. It's on the, next to the armor. It's on the side there. Just pull it out. Use them for bandages.
And she's looking at him. She's like, he needs more help than I can give him. If any of you have anything, please. He's going fast.
I reach out and heal him as well.
Okay.
Again,
Yeah,
praising Bakhmut.
he was like looking really rough, and you can see him now like, he like opens his one eye that he has left, and he's like, oh God. What? Oh, you guys, thank God, Bosch, you're back. Those fucking bastards got us. At this point, I would like. Are you gonna go stabilize or try to stabilize the Jasper?
Jasper? Yeah, did you stabilize Jasper? I'll turn to Jasper then. I wasn't sure if he did heal or not, but I
He
try
did
to
not.
stabilize Jasper.
Okay, give me another medicine check. With
Stupid
advantage.
I've done 2 heals so
Yep,
far.
because with advantage, because Jessica's gonna help you on this one now.
All right, let's go for another one. Okay, that one and
Yep, no problem. You're able to figure out what was going on with him and fix him, get his like wing bandaged up and everything.
It's more like you're setting his wing.
Yep. everyone around
Ripping.
you now like looks like the danger might pass. I would also like you to give me a perception check, both of you.
Okay. I'm like ripping up my clothes and have some traveler's clothes. Perception.
Okay. With the chaos that's going on around you, like it's hard to pay attention to what's going on as you're trying to make sure everybody's okay. And at this time, though, Owen Lacey comes running in, holding the body of somebody that you recognize.
That we recognize.
Jessica, yeah, well, holding the body of Lamia, who is somebody that lives there. Jessica looks up and she's like, "Okay, bring her in somewhere. I'll find a spot for her."
Yes, I think she will make it. I think.
You can
Well,
see,
where do you
You
want
can
me
see
to put her?
one of the people that have got healing. He gets up. He's like, "He is fine. I'm okay now." So like, lay her out down there.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say the goblin probably.
Yeah.
Like is getting up.
Yeah, the ones that have got like the magical healing, they're like doing a little bit better.
Okay, I kind of like fireman carry her over.
You lay her down, and she looks like she's been beaten up pretty badly, but like Jessica comes and looks at her, and she's like, "Oh no!" She's like immediately starts like doing like CPR on her. She's like, "It's too much smoke, to try and like save her.
Do I? Oh, I'm probably healing the other guy, Coker, by the.
Yeah, you guys.
Nope.
It's tons of
Never mind.
chaos. Unless that you can make me a perception check too. Now that you're here. Okay, you walk in as she's like doing CPR on this. You glance around and you notice the person that you found on the airship is not present.
The person we found on the air. You mean
That
the
chick?
Yeah, the chick that was
no.
unconscious. She's gone.
The delegate. God,
The delegate.
Bit delicate.
But she's not in the room at all. She was last in this room when we left.
She was
Yeah.
because she was unconscious.
Yeah,
we had
she was
healed her,
unconscious.
but
Right.
And Jessica is the healer. She's the med.
Yeah, she's the cleric. She's totally like whiffed of all of her fucking spells, but she's
I'm
just
trying
doing
to.
what she
What
can.
do you need me to do to help you with this woman?
She's like, just let me work. You can see her like doing chest compresses and like breathing into her lungs, and after like a few seconds you can hear the coughing from her as she's like starts to come back to consciousness. She's like, oh. And she's like heavily breathing and like looking up at you, and then she's just like bleary eyed and just like and lays her head back down and just like out. She's like, okay, she's alive, but yeah, she's like, oh God. And then like she looks around and is like, honestly, I don't even know what happened. It's loud explosions. Something happened though, and lots of screaming. So do you guys know anything?
I do not know yet, no. But the Tempest is still above. Yes, looking for more survivors.
Speaking of which, go ahead and give me one more perception check.
We are all not going to survive much longer if we do not put out the fire, yes. Do we have, while I'm making this check, we're on an island. We are a bunch of pirates with a ship. How would we handle fires? What do we have? What do we have? Do we have anything for handling fires?
Up above on the sure. So like up above the fountain that Grail smashed into, that fountain had like a magical effect on it that was constantly producing water. So you always had your sources of water up there that you could easily get buckets from and use to like put out fires that might have happened.
Okay.
And
what would we do on the ship?
After that, yes, that's what they would use for most of it. But that has been used, so there are areas around the island that just have containers of water in it that are easily accessible that you could grab to put things out. And on top of that, a lot of times you had a lot of like higher level spellcasters that are part of the crew that could easily just put things out. But so far you haven't seen any of those.
We would have containers on the ship for fire, right?
Yeah, there's containers on the ship for fire that you could use. You could also, like a strong enough wind could put out some of the fires as well.
Maybe magical. Most wind would make a fire worse.
Yeah, but if you know how to handle wind, you can staunch flames by basically moving oxygen away. Yeah, but if you don't know what you're doing, you can absolutely fuck it up.
Some sort of magical effect is what I'm saying.
Yeah. For example, like gust of wind specifically disperses gas vapor and extinguishes candles, torches, and similar unprotected flames in the area.
I yell out into the room, "The ship's on fire! If you can get something, put it out. We need it out!" As I'm bandaging and
I will.
I could, but I'm too tired.
I will.
No, Napoleon's part of the crew, but he's not like a main one.
I don't know. Maybe Tempest has seen more. I just saw this woman. Yes, I do not know what happened. Maybe one of the survivors here knows. And I'm. I was gonna say that. The ship. I'm gonna. The ship is our only way out of here. Yes, other than the skiff, and the skiff cannot carry everyone. And I dart towards the ship.
Okay.
Is Tempest in the room with us?
Nope. She was still up top looking.
I thought she was still up top. Yeah. So I'm gonna.
I've found 2 people so far, but one I couldn't help, and one is able to carry himself. So.
Also, as I'm darting out the room, Smitty, find out where the woman in white went. Yes, the delegate.
What? I start looking around like
she is not here.
God.
And then I dart out the room toward the ship.
Bloody hell.
Okay. You start running out the room toward the ship. You see Napoleon start hopping down towards the med bay. You immediately notice he's missing one of his legs. Unlace.
It is staunched.
You guys are back.
I guess I should have made a medicine check.
No time.
To see how well I did.
Go to Jessica now. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, you got it, buddy. I'm not gonna. And he just hops into the room as you go running towards the ship.
Yeah. So is it smoky down? It's smoky down here, right? Too.
It is.
Obviously,
but not as bad, I think, because the bay is open, so it's like pulling smoke out of it.
Yep.
And except oxygen is coming in and feeding the fire. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So it's a mix. It's not like putting.
It's a mix.
It's getting the smoke out, but it is helping feed the fire. So.
Right.
Okay, so
it's at least not causing
currently
you.
Not gonna die in here as of this moment, but there's a good chance it's gonna get really bad.
Yep,
right.
If the fire
there is a good chance. Yep.
Right, I'm heading towards the ship. I don't even know if I don't even know the ship's on fire yet.
Yep.
Well,
I feel like
I
one of the.
I do know because Jar Axel said it was. Or not Jar Axel, sorry. JX3 said.
Different campaign.
Yeah, JX3.
Totally different character. I think that's a compliment.
Yep, you start dashing down there. Tempest is currently looking, and she finds plenty of bodies. She doesn't find anybody that is breathing or has like a heartbeat of any kind.
Fuck. Do I find anyone that doesn't have a heartbeat that is a crew member? Or anyone bigger or a shopkeep?
What you do find is you find some unrecognizable bodies of people wearing Empire garb.
Yeah, as soon as I like find the Empire car, like the first one, I just freaking like as I get up and move past, I like kind of fucking kick his head.
You
Like,
also find like
obviously.
some what looks like pieces of like Magitech armor as well around. As you go around, you find like what the area that might have been like the main battle.
That's
site.
what I've been looking for too. Like I've been trying out. That was gonna be my next question. Is I'm like, okay, I'm gonna start trying to like feel out besides bodies, heavy damaged areas like
Yep.
where like lots of fighting is, because I'm probably gonna find more bodies there.
Yep.
So
You just find you get there and you find like various bodies of people you don't recognize there. You see blood splatters all over the place, like ruined pieces, like what might have been like 2 huge suits of Magitech armor that have just been torn apart and destroyed, and like
Right.
pieces everywhere, and just complete destruction over there. But while you're looking around, you don't see the bodies of anybody that you recognize.
okay, I'm just gonna keep going. Like I'm like I need to, if I need to go into buildings, I will. Like, you know, obviously, like, you know, making sure that like I'm put like, I guess I wouldn't do anything that feels super hot, because I'm not going to be able to watch out for like falling beams and stuff, but just continuing on my search,
Sure.
because I feel like I'm one of the best ones to do this since I don't have to breathe in the smoke.
Sure. You
Like where am I, like mentally, I know, like I've been across this
Yeah.
everything, so I'm like making my way. So where was this main fighting at? Was it like in a centralized location? Where was this main fighting
it
at?
happened like right up above, where there was like kind of like the communal area where people ate and cooked food and whatnot.
Okay,
It was
like the tavern.
So
and...
that is completely destroyed.
Okay.
And everything outside of it, because there's like a big open area outside where people could enjoy being outside while they drank or ate or whatever. That
Right.
happened. So like all the buildings in that area were fucking like destroyed from all the combat that happened up there.
Okay.
You've now explored the majority of the upper levels, as far as you can tell. You can't. There's some places you just can't safely get inside the buildings to check. As far as you can tell, you can see a lot of things, but yeah, the visibility still could be pretty limited, judging from what you can feel, and like anything you could feel from inside, just from the air currents, you didn't like feel like there was any movement or breathing happening inside those places. So moving on from there, and with that final like perception check, you're able to like feel inside the rubble of one area, and you can feel some breathing in there, and you're able to like pull, like using some like tools, you know, like maybe you grab like a 2x4 or whatever, try and like use leverage because it's too much by yourself to move it out. You're able to pop some stuff open, and you see like Scar underneath all the stuff there, and he is just like bleeding out super hard. Scar, the helmsman, the lizard folk.
Oh, okay. So I'm obviously going to like pull him out if I don't see him like impaled or feel him.
You try to pull him out, and he is in fact impaled by a large like 2x4 that's been broken off. He's just laying there.
I'm gonna try and, well, actually, I want to do a medicine check to see if I can stabilize him enough to remove the impaled 2x4.
Sure.
Jesus fuck.
Okay? Go ahead and roll my medicine check.
What's Scar?
Scar is the helmsman. He's a lizard folk.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, you go to look at it, and you're like, I think I can do this, and like he grabs your hand, and like he wakes up and looks at you. He's like, no, it's too much for me. The Empire is teleported in out of nowhere. So many soldiers, giant machines, out of nowhere. Nobody was ready for it. They struck early and like almost immediately caught everybody off guard. Heavy damage. As they destroyed everything up here. Everything you see was caused by them and their magic. If it was a fair fight, we would have won. But the heavy damage from the surprise attack got us.
I'm like using my winds to like keep the smoke away from him.
They took the girl. They were here for the girl. Somehow they used her to track up here. They took everybody.
Took everybody?
Everybody that you can't find here. They beat them, took them out as hostages. I only barely overheard them, but they're gonna interrogate them for everything they know. Something about this girl's very important. All I could hear in the sound of battle.
Like I'm trying to
That's him
like
stopping to breathe. Yeah.
I'm doing stuff to help him breathe, and like I like he's holding my arm, and I'm like tears. I'm like, let me try to help you. I think I could do this. I think I could pull it out.
I've already accepted death, so whatever you do, it's fine with me.
I'm gonna
Sure.
gonna fucking do it.
Give me just a dexterity check to see if you can. You know what you need to do because you rolled really high in the medicine check. So let's see if you
Right.
can actually do it. Okay, you like go to pull him out and like you do it in like one like swift motion. You can see him like he's like gasping for breath as he's like pulling out like trying to breathe, but like he's like trying to inhale, but he's like not getting any air. He's like falls to the ground. He's just like trying to breathe like really heavily. It's like
I'm immediately gonna try and like help his wound, like staunch it, and like in the middle of that, I actually am gonna take a breath so I can like frickin' wail on my whistle.
okay,
Like, and it's a very high pitched whistle because it's meant to carry.
sure.
So like just like I reach up and put it in my mouth and just take a breath and just like this really high pitched like
Okay. Everybody down below, you hear this like sound coming from her, and you recognize it as the sound she was making. Onlese can hear it, even though he's like he's really far away now, as he's down to like the down to like the hangar. So he knows what it means. You two just know it as a symbol that she would have made. You can kind of like guess that it might be something that maybe she needs help, but you're not exactly sure what it is.
Shite! Zatalpa, I'm going to the ship with him. Like, I gotta get that thing going. You go to Tempest. She needs help, and I leave the room and I head after Unlacy.
Yeah, I'm ripping off the other leg of my outfit, whatever, because I have just basically like this kind of flowy outfit. I actually don't have any arms to that outfit. That's true.
Yeah.
But yeah, the other leg was used for him, so now I'm wearing some fucking basically underwear style shit. But just pull that off, and I'm just wrapping him, like trying like if you need me to make another medicine check, I will. But
no, it's fine. He's like fighting super hard to breathe. Zatalpa, do you rush out there?
Yeah, I run down on all fours.
And I'm also gonna like offer him my water skin.
Sure. You're pouring it into his mouth, and he's just like coughing, like he's
how badly is he getting in the way when I get there?
You get there, and you actually by the time you get there, he's unconscious. And let me roll some death saves for him.
So I can't. As soon as he loses unconsciousness, I can't try to stabilize him anymore.
You can, but the wound that he has is like so egregious, as it's like he's completely like punctured
so it's
one
like
of his wounds.
Yeah, if I can rip off like any more of my outfit to essentially just like if it's like bleeding through.
The bleeding is definitely doing damage, but you can see he's just like lost a lung.
Like
so there's no like type of
she would essentially she would be looking for another like canvas type thing to lay him on because she's not strong enough to like fully do it. So she's gonna try to, by the time he gets there, maybe she's gonna be trying to move him onto a piece of canvas, and she's just like taking breaths to like do the whistle signal.
Yeah.
So
what he arrives. Okay, he arrives and he's like looking really bad. He stopped trying to breathe. He's just laying there motionless.
She's just... And when I see he's actually dying, then I step forward again and say, Bakhmut gives us strength, and heal him for a D8 plus 4.
Okay, heal him for 8. You can see as it happens, like the wound on his like chest starts to slowly close up. It closed up, and he's still just laying there, not moving, not breathing as you're doing that. And then eventually he like opens his eyes and takes like tries to take a deep breath, but starts coughing again as like whatever damage happened in there is still pretty gnarly. So he's able to breathe, but it's like short, shallow breaths. Like he's got some potentially like permanent damage inside of him. At least with the current amount of like magical healing he's had, it's not enough to fully repair that. He's like he's coughing heavily. I had accepted my fate, but it seems there is a bigger purpose for me. Help me below deck so I can breathe clean air.
Yeah, she like clasps her shoulder. She goes, "Death doesn't welcome you just yet, friend." And she like gets him onto the canvas type thing. She goes, "Unless Zatalpa, you wanted to carry him, but we can probably move him easily with like the if she did. You can tell me if she didn't find some piece of whatever that's not burned to like try and."
You found him near the destruction. There's like not anything you can really use.
Okay, well, she would have been like trying her fucking best to drag him.
The two of you together, Zatalpa is not weak.
Yeah. Oh, I know
So he
he's
can
not.
help.
That's why she wondered if he can just carry him.
I would just pick him up.
Yeah.
Okay, you pick him up. He's pretty heavy, but you're able to do it. He's not outside of the realm of what you can carry. And you carry him, and you start running down below deck as like the fire like rages up above. On Lacey, you get to the hangar. You see the ship is on fire, like a pretty heavy fire.
Okay. So like, is there a mast in the ship, or is there? How does it work? Like,
there is no mast. The ship.
Okay.
So I'll share it again.
so there's no crow's nest on the ship or anything to. I'm just trying to understand, like,
Yeah, I know.
does it look beyond, like, if I were to take all the water containers, if they're even still intact on the ship, could I possibly put the ship out? Like, I'm just doing quick mental.
That's what the
Like,
ship
does it look
looks like.
does it
in,
look
Sky's
hopeless?
chat.
I guess what I'm saying.
So there's nothing up there. It's like suspend. It's able to like fly, like strictly because of the power of the crystal inside of it that gives it the ability of flight.
Oh, okay.
Right. So yeah, you're looking at it, and this thing is burning very heavily. You know the only reason it's still in the air is because of the crystal that's inside of it. But it's looking like extremely like heavily damaged. It would take a lot of work to fix if it's capable of being fixed.
Well, even if it's not, beyond even the thought of repairing it, does it look hopeless to try to put the fire out on it? If I were to take all the water that I know of that's on the ship, if it's still there, could I possibly put it out?
It's very unlikely, especially,
Okay.
but it depends on like how bad it is burning on the inside of the ship. The outside would
Right.
be a pretty big task as is.
Would I? Now, I don't want a metagame about the thing that the crystal that keeps the ship flying.
Mm-hmm.
Do I know about that?
Yep.
Yeah, everyone knows.
I would assume
everyone knows, yep.
everybody knows about that.
Correct.
Because we've been on the ship for a long
Correct.
time.
Yep. But Zatalpa has seen it, but he didn't like really communicate what he saw.
I told Smitty.
No, you wouldn't have told me, because I was already in the med bay. You would have came in behind, and you would then start heal this person, that person. You had no time.
Do we have any other way off this base that I know of?
That you know of? No.
Jump.
There is you. I mean, you guys could.
We could
Just
jump.
You all have the Featherfall tokens, so you could
At
like
least
slowly.
Some of
glide
us
down.
do. We don't know about the people that we saved. If they have
Correct.
one. Yeah.
Correct. So the ways that you normally got out were.
And
like,
how many
the
people can we
airship
get fit on the
and-
skiff?
and the teleportation. So you guys were pretty much at capacity with the four of you and the suit of Magitech armor for the skiff.
Can that armor fly? It
No.
doesn't fly, right?
It does not.
I've never seen it fly. Okay. We can make multiple. How far from the ground are we?
You are very high up in the air right now.
Like 30 minutes, an hour.
If you were flying, like if you were like to
But
fall.
we're 5 minutes. We're 5 minutes from the other island, though, right? The one that we just.
Correct. You're
5 to 10
5 minutes
minutes.
from the other island, but those are all up there too, like very high up there.
Right, but that island's
it's not on
closer than
fire.
the ground. That island's closer than the ground, right?
That island is closer to the ground. Yes, you could potentially haul people over there to get them away from like the fire. Yeah, if you wanted to.
Yep. Okay. So I'm gonna run onto the ship
Sure.
and use my shield to kind of like put in front of me as I'm pushing through flames to try to get to the crystal at the center of the ship.
Okay.
Assuming that's the most, like, we can build another frame or get another frame, but those crystals I assume are ultra rare.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, you jump through and using like your shield as a like to be able to bust through. You like see like the opening is like wreathed in flames. You just put your shield up and use it to like just dive through as you like do like a diving roll through. And you see the crystal like is like literally like covered in flames like all around it.
Is it okay?
Let me know when I get to the
The
ship.
crystal doesn't melt though, right? Like
Nope.
it would take some really hot fucking.
Yeah, judging you're looking at it right now, and like in the flames, just from the angle you're looking at right now, it doesn't look like it's damaged, but it's really hard to tell.
Is there water nearby or anything like that? One of those water things that we use to.
Yep, on the left-hand side, there's like a cabinet that's on fire, and in there, there's like a jug that's like a gallon of water that they have over there. There's more down low, but that's the only one that's like close by.
I'm gonna see if that one has water in it.
Sure. You go ahead and roll me a d6. Okay, you crash it open and you can see it sitting there. And you see like the top of the jug has like started to melt, but there's still like water inside of it. Like it's like 75% full still.
Okay, I'm gonna take it and I'm gonna use it to try to put out as much of the fire on the crystal around the crystal as I can before trying to yank the crystal out.
Okay, you like pour you take the water and you pour it over like on top of the crystal. It like hits the crystal and like soaking it down all the way. You can see like steam's like flying out everywhere around you.
How big is this crystal he's pulling out?
The crystal
was really massive.
It's
the
pretty
crystal
massive
is
for
like crystal, probably.
Like width wise, it's about maybe the width of like a basketball, but it like extends up like in like a crystal shard type thing, and so it's pretty heavy. But it's sitting there. It's got like a little base underneath it, but it kind of like floats above that. So it's not even really like just sitting there, but it's still wreathed in this flame that has gone up, and it's almost like the crystal itself is like flammable. That's the way it's acting. Like as soon as the fire touched it, it just like engulfed it. So you pour the water on it. It just goes down along the sides. And you see it's like it starts to like put it out, and the fire underneath starts to get put down too. But very quickly like it just starts coming back up towards it. So give me like a dexterity check to see if you were able to like grab it before the flames like quickly reach it back up to it. No problem at all. You pour it over there and you can see like there's like a second where like the flames are down as it tries to like erupt back up and grab it. You just like reach over and then grab the thing off it really quick. You take 5 points of fire damage as you're holding it, as this thing is like incredibly hot as it was just sitting in this flame for like a long time. And like you just run out like towards the front because you have like nothing really like that you can use to hold this, and judging from the heat that you're feeling as you're holding it, like any type of like cloth you might try to like wrap it around it might catch on fire because of the intense heat.
I'm gonna cradle it in so I don't have to hold it the whole time.
Yep.
Like obviously I took the damage grabbing onto it, which he winces in pain and hisses. And then I'm gonna like tip my shield so my arm is up, and then put it in the nook between my arm and my shield.
Perfect.
Trying not to hit my arm as much as possible as I'm running out with it.
Okay. While you're running out, as fast as you can to get out there, give me a dex saving throw to see how well you hold this, see if you can take any more damage.
A dex?
Yep, a dex saving throw. Good enough. You're able to, you run out and you just like, as soon as you get outside, you like literally just jump, like use your jump ability to jump off, and you land on the side. And as soon as you land, you just like pop it down. And, oof, like really close to like taking damage. Like you feel like almost like your clothing were about to like catch fire too, as it was like brushing up against part of it, but you're able to get it down fast enough.
When do I get there? Have I got there while he was inside?
You get there. As you get there, you see him just like bursting through like the fiery hole on the ship and jumping out and landing with the crystal.
Okay. Do I know? I mean, this is.
And am I getting there around the same time?
Yeah, you guys. If you guys are
This
both
day-
running there at the same time, you could have got there, no problem.
I don't think he would have got there at the same
Well,
time. He
oh,
would've
I'm
been
sorry,
up
yeah,
top.
you were with
He would've
Tempest.
been- he would've
Yeah,
been-
he's with me carrying.
So as that's all happening, Smitty shows up. You guys are
I
just
know-
now showing up to like the med bay as they're like jumping out there, and this is happening in the hangar.
So I'm around the. I know where everything is in this area because
Absolutely, you do. Yep.
Sources of water. We must have some sort of like
There, yep.
huge tanks of water because we're always doing something, cleaning and doing whatever.
Yep.
Where would
you
they
guys
be?
do? So you can actually go check. You have a bunch of containers of water around there, but you remember that in your shed, and you can go check to see if it's still there. In your shed, you actually had like a small like blue crystal that you're using to like kind of use as like a makeshift like weak hose that you could have. You can go check to see if that's still there too.
I stop and I like. That's when I see him jump out there for the crystal. I'm like, thank God! And then like turn around and I start running to my shed. And as I get to the shed, I stop a second and I look down. I want to feel a pulse? Is there a pulse on on Axel?
Yeah, Axel he's still unconscious, but you can see him breathing as you run up to him.
Okay, all right. So I zip inside and I look for the crystal quickly.
Give me an investigation check.
Come on! Oh no! I don't know if I got that investigation.
Big monies, big monies.
Ooh, I'm actually good at investigation. Come on.
Okay, you're looking around like, God, where is it? I've left it here, and you're like digging through and like throwing things around, and you like looking everywhere and you can't find it. And then you think for a second, you turn and look, and you like flip over Axel, and you can see it underneath him, like he was running to try and get it before he got like knocked out.
Oh.
Good lad. And I grab the crystal and I just dart out towards. First,
So
I
this is kind of like a mini like fire extinguisher, except it generates water.
Yeah,
And
so-
it needs time to like refill like every day, but it's been a while. Like you have like a sign up in your shed that's been like 17 days since the last accident, and that's the last
Since
time
the
you had
last
to use it.
fire accident.
So I run out there. I quickly shoot the water at the crystal.
Okay. Yeah, you shoot
To
the water
cool it
crystal.
down.
It's like a massive burst of like steam happening. Like you're fucking shooting water at like molten lava. It's like so like blazing hot. And
I
it's-
stop after a bit, and then I go towards the ship. I start.
Not yet. Hands. Yes.
What?
Yes. Hands.
I, I blast a shot of water.
Hands,
at
hands.
him. I blast a shot of water. At him.
Yeah,
Like-
100% feels like way better, but your hands like almost immediately start to like blister up.
I was gonna say
Yeah.
you should
Or-
put water on burns, you dummy.
Feels better still, but
Fighter.
yeah, he's a
So,
fighter.
so that I zip
Fire.
over
Low
to the ship.
intelligence. Got it.
I just back over. I go to
I'm
the
not
ship
low
and start
intelligence.
blasting
Oh, okay, well,
water at the
whatever.
ship, and I'm muttering to myself, "No, baby,
Don't let him back.
no." And I'm just trying to put out the fire on the ship.
Okay. As this happens, you guys show back up to
Yeah,
the med bay.
I would run up in front of Zatalpa and like pull the curtain open to look for Jessica. She goes, "Found Scar. One of his lungs is just fucking done, but he was close to death. Fucking thank God for Zatalpa." As like she's holding the curtain open for fucking Zatalpa
She's
to
like,
find.
oh God, thank God. I thought nobody was left from the crew.
I found Grail too, but I can't move him. He's by the fountain.
Have I caught it? Have I caught up by now?
Yeah,
you were
I was.
carrying
I
it.
just ran ahead a little bit
For
to.
Zatalpa, I
let
would have
me
been
know,
like,
yeah.
Bakhmut for Zatalpa.
Thank God it was. Honestly, thank God you were the one that showed up, because I couldn't do anything else. He was impaled, and she was like telling Jessica like basically how she found him and what she had to do. So she's like, know what's to expect. She goes, "I'm pretty sure that this lung is just gone. Like he's."
She's looking him over and like wide eyes. She's like, he was 100% gone without the magical healing. Praise Bahamut indeed.
Right. I mean, also my ability to fucking be able to unimpale him.
Yeah. Good luck. He was planning to die, but with the 23 medicine check,
Yeah.
the dice wanted him to live.
yeah, yay. Like, she's a little frazzled. She's like, where's everyone else?
He's like, she looks around. She's like, "Oh, you mean they're
Yes,
they're in the hangar right now. They went to go check on the ship or something. I'm not really sure, but she's like, go get Smitty." And then because she points to the armor, she's like, "He can help with Grail, but only he can move him. So I need him to tell the armor what to do."
and then she looks at Zatalpa. She goes, Zatalpa, can you move
Gideon.
Who's in his arms? Can you move Gideon to a spot? And I'll go. And step
Gideon's
of the
alive.
wind,
Gideon's alive.
dash, like she just goes boom.
Yeah,
Like
you can
out.
see like the fucking curtains that are like closing in place off, just like blow open as she just flies out like super fast, running towards the bay.
So it takes me like really fucking quick, like
you get there in like a turn.
a turn, yeah. So like just fucking just stop. I'm like, skidding to a halt like next to Smitty.
Yep, you fly in there and you see now like the
Flames
crystal
flare up.
heart.
I'm like, what the
You
hell?
see like the crystal heart laying there, which is like steam like slowly pouring out of it right now, and like Owen Lacey's like shaking his hands like ah, and you see now Smitty over there. You see the airship for the first time. It's completely ablaze right now as he's got his like little extinguisher trying to put it out.
Like I'm just like I take in the crystal, like mutter a quick like praise God, or actually
Bahamut.
Siren.
Bakhmut.
praise
Just-
no.
Bahamut.
I was like, who do I pray to?
Pray
She's like,
to Bakhmut.
no, I don't.
He's gonna convert us all.
You should
Like
pray to Bakhmut.
she very small,
Siren.
like, you know, praise Siren, and she looks over, turns to Smitty, pauses for a second because she's like looking at the amount of flames, and Smitty like little.
Listen. I'm making some dent in this a little. Like,
She runs over to Smith, like, yeah. So also she like stops next to you, so like just this gush of wind just goes like whoosh, like around you.
and it flares all the fire. I'm like, wow. Would you
Yeah,
stop doing that?
She like kind of like forearm grabs Smitty. She goes,
What?
we need your armor. I found Grail, but he's offline.
Shite. Here, and I put the crystal in her hand.
Yep.
Get all the
He's
fire off the ship.
as he's running. I'm like, he's by the fountain.
All right. And I'm just booking it, and I go back towards the med bay because I'm gonna have to go through the. I think I need to go through the med bay to get to him, or is there another way for me to get up to the?
You
need
don't
to get
go
to your armor.
You don't have to go through. Yeah, the armor is at the med bay, and you don't have to go like through the med bay. The med bay is like a room that's like an offshoot of the tunnel going down there. So you will pass by it as you head towards like going up.
Okay.
Right.
As I'm running by the med bay, I'm like, "Follow me! Give Gideon to Zadalpa, or whatever."
Or whatever's going on.
He's
I definitely roll my eyes and grumble anytime anyone says I should carry anything anywhere.
Okay.
What's your strength?
He's a +1, so he's strong.
It's 13.
He's one of the strongest.
Yeah.
He's one of the strongest of us weaklings.
I'm actually not.
I'm always muttering, carry Bakhmut and should not carry things around.
But Gideon was alive anyway. He was conscious anyways.
He was, yeah.
Yeah,
He was
so
still being held by the robot who hadn't
Yeah,
put him down
for
yet.
a-
So he wasn't strong enough to like get free of the grasp of the fucking robot who wasn't told to put him down yet.
So, anyways, as I'm booking it past, and my robot or the armor kind of lowers him down towards the ground. I'm hoping Zatalpa's there to grab him while he's putting him down.
Sure, if you ask him to, he said he would do it.
And magic armor turns and just avoiding anyone that's in the way follows me in behind as he's just following behind me, and I'm booking it towards the fountain.
Okay, you get up there. It's like the flames are like worse as you come up there. Like as the damage is fucking everything's burned down. So you're gonna give me a perception check with disadvantage because of all the smoke.
I did tell him where he
Yeah,
was.
you know where it is. He's trying to see if he can find like a safe route to get there, if he doesn't have to like jump through the flames. You looking? You don't see any like safe spots to get through there. So you're like, All right, like
Shite.
you like just jump inside your suit of armor, like jump inside there. It's like it's the only
Yep.
safe way to go through, and you just go
Yeah.
running and just like bust through, like just like plowing through like pieces of like the buildings
That's what I'm
that are
doing.
going to get through.
So that's what I'm doing.
Okay,
Almost.
your suit of armor takes 9 points of fire damage as you successfully get to like the
Fountain.
fountain area. As you get there, you can see now like the grass around the area has caught flames. It's like slowly getting towards him. He's still sitting there in like a safe spot, but it looks like it probably wouldn't have been safe for too much longer.
Okay. I get out and I start casting mending on him.
Okay, mending is like a minute. You want to spend the full minute casting that on him, or you just want to grab him and go?
Hey,
Oh,
it
shit.
might fucking help.
Can my Magitech carry him? I don't know how big Grail is.
He's pretty big, but he's a plus. He's 16 strength, right?
Mine's 16 strength as well.
Yeah, that's enough that you can carry him, but it's gonna slow you down as you start heading back.
That's fine, but I'm assuming as we busted through things, we have a clear path and there's no.
Yeah, you can bust through, and now
Okay,
it's pretty,
so-
as long as you're quick. If you take the full time to do a mending, then there's a chance that the debris.
No,
could-
we won't. Like
yeah.
if I see the fire coming, okay, I pick him up and I start heading back towards where I came to a safe spot.
Okay. You pick them up and you just like booking it back. Like as you start running through, you can hear like the sounds of like buildings falling down and wood breaking and falling down the path behind you. But you're able to like run through and run back downstairs.
So
Take
I
the
have a
safe
quick-
spot. I get out and just start casting mending on him.
All right.
like
Pull out some
I-
tools.
basically like using my air currents to kind of like feel out the situation, like I'm kind of doing the same thing that that JX3 was talking about, which I'm like, is this worth it? Like, should we just start ferrying people with the small ship? Like,
I'm
is
watching
this-
her like blast the thing too. Is it?
It's
Yeah.
it's not
Is it
it's
doing
not
anything?
doing much. The area that he was blasting with the water that was starting to get put out, but then when he stopped because he had to go, you see the fire has like come back and like dry the area
yeah,
out.
like I might have
reignited.
only done it a little bit, and then I just stop and I like look up and I'm like,
He's lost.
I just start
He's-
shaking. She starts shaking her head. she's
Agreed.
like-
Agreed. It is lost cause. Yes.
Yeah, so she wants to make. I'm gonna feel over / feel around the skiff. Like, there's not any imminent danger of it catching on fire.
Nope,
Yes.
the skiff is totally fine right now.
Oh, it's totally fine. Okay. She's like, all right, we should. She looks. I would have felt the body maybe if I like sent out my winds of his other companion that he left by the shack.
Yeah, you feel him. He's there breathing.
Only
Tempest,
say what.
Is there? Well, go. Yes.
What do you think about? We should ferry them to the
Is there
island.
anyone else? Do we know of? Do we know? I have not heard what happened. Or
I
is
found
there anyone
Scar.
else?
I found Scar.
The helmsman.
thank-
Yes.
I had signaled for help and Zitalpa came, and thank God, because I wouldn't have been able to keep him from dying. He was impaled.
What about the captain? Yes. Or the.
She
The dumb
looks
ones.
razzled. She goes, I also found Grail. I sent Smitty to help. I found, what was his name? The rabbit? Napoleon. I found
I saw
Napoleon.
He ran by.
Oh,
he
he-
hopped by on one foot. Yes.
I didn't know. Those were the 3 that I found from what Scar says. Only say. Her like kind of tone goes down. She's like, this was definitely I want to say the Empire. Is that
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Okay. This was the Empire. I found scraps of Magitech armor. I found bodies of their soldiers. No one of the crew. Scar says that they were there for the girl. They took the girl. They captured our crew. They are going to use the crew to find out any information that they hold. They took them all.
Unless his eyes narrow, like as soon as you say Empire, like he's almost seething. And where did they take them? Yes.
Who knows?
Does-
Our island is in flames. Like, there's so much damage. There's so much damage. I don't. It was just getting worse.
Does he know?
Who?
The helmsman, yes.
I don't know. I don't know if he knows where they took them. I told you everything he told me before he almost died in my arms. But we did stabilize him. He's back at the. We need to make a plan.
We do, yes.
She
Tempest,
looks
how
over
long-
at the crystal.
You've
too.
been here.
Hmm?
You've been here a long time, yes.
Years, yes.
Does the captain have any emergency provisions?
That's a good point.
Money,
Does he have it?
whatever we need to.
And
we're
I was
going
like,
to
and I
need
can
to-
go and
to-
find
to
it.
track them down.
Maybe you guys haven't checked like the captain's quarters or anything like that, or like the bar.
Captain's quarters is on the ship, or captain's
No,
quarters as in
it's
the
in the base.
in the base. Okay.
The base there was the barracks, and that's where most of the crew slept. But he had his own chambers as well, and like the kitchen hasn't been checked yet either.
All right. Here's the plan. I don't have to breathe the smoke. I'm gonna start ghost scouting over there. I have my whistle if I need help. Move. We should really make a plan about ferrying some of these people over to the island to get them off of here. We need to
Yes,
move off of here.
Smitty is the only one that I know that can pilot.
Right. So he will be in charge of piloting that once he gets back with Grail. Move the crystal as well.
As you
touching
say
nothing
as you
again
say
right now.
move the crystal, you see Grail and Jessica walking into the hangar bay with a Smitty and Satalpa following behind.
Grail walking.
Yep. After Smitty successfully mended him,
Okay,
he was
all
able
right,
to
cool.
get back up.
Then I asked him what was going on, so he kind of filled me in. I'm
Grail,
talking to him
Grail
about what's
walks
going
in. He's like, you see him looking down at the crystal as he walks up with Jessica on the other side too. And they don't say anything. They just like close their hands and they start like, you can hear them like chanting like a prayer to like to the God that they worship. And they're like, please wake up. And you see the crystal starts to like glow a brighter green as like a huge wind current shoots from it, and you can see like a brief glimmer of like this giant like illusory like dragon who like breathes in and just breathes out a huge gust of wind that like puts out all the fire on the ship before like disappearing. And then the crystal, like all of its light fades and it just like drops down. You can see a small crack appear in it.
Oh.
Puts out all the fire?
The
Yeah,
fire,
on the ship,
whole
but-
ship is fire that was put out.
Yeah, well, they
the
saved the
fire
ship
on the
from
ship.
completely doing it, but the ship needs the crystal to fly.
Yep. You
So
see,
No. The
after that
crystal.
happens, the ship like slowly starts to lower a little bit, but stops once it gets like down at like about 10
it's
feet.
got
or so.
yeah, it's probably got stabilizers for surfaces.
Yep.
So, but it's not going to be able to fly without that.
What did you do?
They
Crystal,
prayed to their god.
No. The crystal.
We prayed to Ultima to save our crystal.
To save
It was already too damaged. There was the crack was going to happen as it lowered in temperature. It just lowered fast. So we took the time we had now while it still had power to save us.
How are we going to
Who's
fly a
saying
ship that cannot fly without a crystal? Hmm.
Who just said that? Was it Grail or Jessica?
That was Grail.
That was
Yeah.
real. No, I shouldn't have cooled it down so fast. No, that was a mistake.
They just said they saved it. Yes, perhaps it still
Yes.
works. And I just
They took
raised
the
an
less of
eyebrow
it.
over at Smitty.
No, you should hear what they
Judging from the vision that we saw when it happened, it was going to crack regardless. We had a small window of opportunity to seize the power, to at least try and save the ship.
It's still worth carrying if we can find someone to mend it. But again, we need a plan. We can't use the ship, but at least it's saved.
Can we use?
I actually
are we
kinda
sure we
like-
cannot use the ship?
Can Smitty goes to the crystal and he sees if he can somehow repair it.
So you try to cast mending on it, and you can see like you're like smoothing out like the edges on the outside of the crystal, but the crack itself is not mending.
Okay, I pull out my jeweler's tools because I do have some. That's
Yep.
the ones I fucking bought. I'm trying to see if I can put it together.
This is not so much
Go ahead and give me a intellect check using your proficiency modifier.
I actually have a jeweler's tools
Yep.
I have as Dex.
Oh, I'm sorry. The jewel tools was Dex. That was the
Okay.
other one. Was
Okay.
yep.
Okay. I was like, what? Go. Come on.
You're looking at it and you're like, oh god. You're like, I've never worked with a crystal so big before. I don't. Not when like we normally working on them when they're close to inert. This is way beyond you.
No, it was a really bad roll.
Will it work right now? Will it work enough to power what's left of the ship, or no? I'm looking between you and then
Grail, I'm assuming.
Grail and Jessica.
Like they're looking
one-
at it and
this.
like Grail like reaches down, like touches it, and you can see like his fucking like his sensors start opening up on him as like he starts like touching and feeling it. He's like, I can still sense a presence inside. So perhaps in time.
All right.
We need to get off of here. Unless you can can you do the same thing and put the fires out above?
That was not us. That was the crystal.
What about the fountain?
What is the highest point of this?
The highest point of the island would have been
Yeah.
like the tower that got broken.
What is the highest point besides the tower?
So there is, you go up and there's like, it's pretty much all flat, but then there's one area that goes up, maybe like a 10 feet area. There's like a little landing there that they use that area for like, it's kind of open for like sparring and training.
I need to find. Actually, I'm gonna go close to the docking, the open bay,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm gonna close my eyes, and I want to feel out as far as I can for storms. If there is a possible chance of a storm, and actually, she's going to like put her hands together and start praying. She goes, oh, basically, like, praying to her God that, like, to bless, like, please send the gift of a storm to squall the fire.
Sure. Give me a religion check. Down to skills.
Thank you. I'm just like,
All the checks.
You're praying for your God to do this, and you like start sending out all the winds around you to start like feeling as much as you can around
well,
you.
I also have this circlet that I have that actually like detects storms. So I was kind of like focusing on the magic of that and like.
Sure, you do. So you're feeling out and like the wind around you, like you got like this big radius around you. You can feel like the raging fire from above you as you're like reaching out there. And as far as you can tell, there's no like clouds around that have like any amounts of built-up precipitation in the area directly around you.
I kind of get like this frustrated look on my face, and I fucking step in the wind back up top because I'm going for the barracks and everything.
So the barracks and all that stuff, that's below deck.
Oh, below deck?
Yep.
Okay. That's fine.
Yep. There was it was more than just that. That's where the up above was where like all the villagers and stuff that made it look like it, because the pirate base was like the secret down below that it was, in case somebody showed up, it might just look like this weird small village that was self-sustaining up top, right? So the barracks for where all the crews were, their mess hall down below deck was down there too, and then there was the med bay and the hangar.
Okay, so it's nothing above ground that I need to go to. It's
Nope.
Okay. So I get this like super frustrated look on my face, and then like pretty much in a flash I'm like going towards the barracks just to go look for stuff now, for provisions, for.
As she's flying away, check the captain's quarters too. Yes, I will check the one that sings, the one that is naked all the time with this woman. Yes.
So
All I heard was check the captain's quarters. Like that's about maybe
Yeah.
all that I would have heard.
And then he stops and goes, "Wait, there's two of them that are naked all the time with their women. One that sings. Well, oh fuck, they both.
You're like talking to the air now.
One that sings well. Okay,
I'm gonna check the bard's quarters and then the fighters' quarters too.
So they all sleep in the barracks, but like the bard, he has like his area, like he has like giant like sheets hung up around it to give him a little privacy, and the fighter doesn't. His area is like a pigsty over in his bed, and if he's doing
That's
anything,
why
he's
when,
just doing it out in the open.
Yeah, unopened or in the flying one's quarters.
Yeah, I'm sure Anya's is totally okay with that.
Yeah. She can, kind of provide cover with her wings if she needs to.
Yep.
But she also knows magic. Maybe she's creating some illusional barriers.
Yeah, I'm just looking for anything that we can salvage. That
Right. Same.
knowing that they are probably the most experienced people and boast about their adventures all the time, and they're drunken.
Sure.
Right.
Okay, you guys go into the barracks. Somebody who, like, everybody can give me their own investigation check, or somebody can give me one.
I'm with the crystal trying to repair it.
Okay.
If that's all I'm trying to do right now. I'm focusing on that.
Sure.
I'm just
Everyone else
looking around.
goes. Yeah, and I'm assuming Zatalpa went with them.
Yeah,
He sees all the
but
things.
that doesn't.
Investigation check, Tempest.
Can I just take the time to investigate?
Give me a roll.
No.
Minus what?
Okay. Okay, you guys go in there and you start like digging through the you walk into the barracks. It's the first time you've been there since you got here, and you can see while it doesn't look like there's a fight in here, it's like there's a lot of things that were like it looks like a mess. Like the people that were in here, like they just rushed out, and then there might have been some light searching done in here, but it doesn't look like it was too heavily torn apart.
Right.
So you go in there, you're looking the bard's part of the room with the tents have with the sheets that he normally hangs up have been ripped down, and the mess is everywhere. You start looking through like all the beddings. You're like picking up like the mattresses, looking underneath, trying to find anything that you can. You see a variety of like coin pouches hiding around there, as everybody was like keeping. They have all their money, but they're keeping stashes because they didn't want like Napoleon in his desperation to go find their money and use it to continue gambling against Dune. So there is scattered coin pouches around there. As you're counting it up, you're not really sure, but as glancing in there, it looks like there's probably like a few hundred gold coins in there, and some silver and whatnot scattered around in the barracks in there. There's a few health potions that were scattered around too, so you find 3 health potions as well, basic health
That's
potions.
always nice.
Yep.
Do you want to each just take one then for that?
Yeah.
You find and this is one of the more alarming things that you find. You actually find like Bailey on one of his instruments that he was left behind.
Oh no.
It's like he uses
Scott
all
there.
those. He used all those in combat, so might have not been at full capacity there.
Okay, I'm gonna grab it.
So whatever. I'm not sure what Bailey used as far as stringed instruments go, but whatever he uses.
He had
that's
2
what
of them, I think. Right.
I don't remember what.
Other than
Bailey,
Das
what
Loot,
did
I
he
don't
use?
remember.
Oh, loot. Okay,
That's
sure.
where
So
Dust.
he had Das Loot, and then I don't remember what else he had.
So yeah, you find his loot. You find his loot like just like not just laying there either, like laying face down like it had been thrown to the ground, over in his area.
Probably because someone found it, and then they're like, "What the fuck is this?" And just threw it.
The fact that he didn't have it on him is the.
Well,
Yeah.
Out of
you
game
didn't
alone
know,
part.
but
I don't
Scar
know that.
kind of told me that it was in the middle. Yeah.
Yes. Look for anything we can. Scrolls, potions, wands. Hopefully they're wands. Anything.
So yeah, you find some like some mundane things around there, some like that they haven't used. So there's like some like a couple of long swords, like suit of chainmail and things like that. But it looks like most of whatever they had that they use in combat, most of it was taken with them to do whatever fighting they were doing in this area. You see the captain's quarters over there with the door like gently like opened.
Yeah, that's where I'm going. Or that's
Sorry,
where I
guys,
was-
I'll be right back in a second.
No problem. Okay, you pull apart everything. You're pretty confident that you found everything that was in there. Nothing was like big and left behind. You go into the captain's quarters, and the captain's quarters looked like it was like almost like untouched.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably wasn't there.
They were here to fucking kill everybody and kidnap them, not
Yep.
not
Right.
not to loot.
So yep. So you go in there and got his he's got his desk. He's got like a kind of like a safe as well. Some
Right.
kind of like a protected thing over there that you can try to get into. Nobody really knows the combination to it, but you can definitely try to get into it.
Right.
Can we pick the safe up?
The safe's
Or is
pretty
it-
heavy. You guys might not be able to, but Zatalpa,
Right. I'll leave that one for the last thing that we worry about. So.
Zatalpa, Smitty, the Madtech
Right,
armor,
right,
they could
right.
probably
But
also
actually,
grab
leave
it.
that-
Talpa's got this.
I'll yeah, if it's something that we think we could pick up, then I'll leave it. But if not, I will try to pick the lock.
Okay, you can. I mean, it's heavy. You two in there probably can't, but you can try to pick the lock right now if you would rather, instead of waiting for somebody else to show up while Tempest looks around.
Depending on how much time we have, I know the island's still on fire.
Mm-hmm.
The two
Right.
things I would want to do is try to pick the lock to open the safe, and also check the desk, looking for any papers or anything that would give us
Yeah.
contacts the captain might
Yeah,
have that would help us be able to track him down.
So,
right. I would be looking for important documents as
So
well. Like
the
besides
one thing
just
you know
items.
is, like, there's once you go down into the tunnels to get down into the barracks and everything down below, there's
Hey, sorry.
nothing like flammable along the way. So there's a good chance that the top is just going to get completely scorched, but it's unlikely now that you've put out the airship that the fire will follow down to where you are
okay,
now.
so because it's stone, right? Basically, or-
because
It's all
stone.
stone. Like this
Okay,
is like
so-
inside the earth itself.
so we're
in
not
stone.
at risk.
We're
of-
not in danger
we
of
don't-
getting
we
fired.
don't need to leave right now. Although they could come back.
Actually,
They could come back.
right.
And if the airship was still burning, it could have caused some issues down there. But now
Actually,
that that's out,
yeah, that's a point. Like, if they're in there talking and stuff like that, and they're like realizing like we should move the med bay, or because the med bay is close enough to the fire that it could be in danger.
no.
No. Okay. Well,
Yeah, you go.
well,
you guys
at least
go down
where
like,
we can make a secondary area, the closest room in the barracks or whatever, we can convert it into a secondary, like
Sure. Yep.
like area for bodies to be, healing and stuff. So the med bay is not so overcrowded.
Yep.
And
Okay. So if you have enough time, if you'd like to pick the lock, and Tempest, if you want to look to see what you can find,
yeah.
give me
I'll
another
work on that
investigation.
when I get back, but I do have to run to the restroom. Sorry.
Nope, no problem.
Okay.
Okay, you're not super familiar with his office because
No.
not a lot of people come in here unless they
Right.
need to. So you're pulling open like the dresser, or not the dresser, like his desk. He doesn't really keep his stuff like locked or anything like that because he
Right.
trusts the crew. So you're pulling open drawers and everything. Look around. You find his compass that he used inside one of the drawers. You find one more healing potion, and you find his. You open up, and surprisingly, you find his phoenix down.
Like it's just like a vial.
It's like a bag full of like the down of a phoenix.
Yeah. So she like finds the vial, picks it up, and then she finds that, and she like feels it, and she's like, "Oh." Pockets that. So I wouldn't know of anything. I'm actually going to like feel like inside the drawers, like around the corners and stuff as
Sure.
well.
You're
Like,
looking for like
specifically for
secret and
secret. Like I actually just like put one hand in a drawer and then put one hand underneath the drawer after I pull it out to check the thickness of each thing, as well as like run my hands along the tops of the inside of drawers for any type of like little like switches or anything, because I'm like, Captain's trustworthy, but he's not stupid, like with important things,
Right.
And Astel. Well, no, Zatelpa's not here to help me. That's fine.
No, you're feeling around. You don't on his desk. You don't find any secret compartments. He's still got like bookcases up with a bunch of tomes
That's
and books
the next
and
where
stuff
I'm going.
on.
So
Okay, you find his compass and the Phoenix
Compass,
down
okay.
and I know the potion. I'll give you the compass.
okay.
And the Phoenix down.
Okay. And so the next thing that she would go to is the bookshelf.
Sure. Go ahead and make me an investigation check there. See what you can find through. He's got quite a bit of books.
Hopefully they are embossed, so I could run my fingers over letters on the outsides of things. Maybe.
Yeah, you're not gonna be able to see what's on the inside, but on the outside, on the spine, you can run your fingers along them and see. Some of them are.
Yeah, some of them are, but also like just out of habit, she's like pulling every book that because she has the time to do so. She's pulling each book a little bit forward as she does so.
There are a few books there that most of them don't have anything on the spine, but the ones that you can figure out which ones they are, they seem like they're books that tell like the history of like Horizon, or there's some that have like military wording on the outside, like may have been like military like mission documents from the time when he was in like the Air Force and stuff like that. There's some like dirty smut books that he has over here that he reads.
She kind of laughs a little bit.
And then there's just tons of books that have nothing on the sides.
She kind of like makes a face. She's like, okay, but she doesn't find anything or hear anything when she's like pulling each book, because even methodically, she's heard about weird shit like with bookcases.
Nope.
She's just like muttering under her breath. She's like, come on, Cap, leave us something to help.
I mean, there's a safe. We'll see what's inside.
Yeah, I know. So she's gonna like turn back around and see and walk over towards Onlese and see how he is doing.
Yep, when he gets back, we can see how he does. Until then, you can go. We can grab
come
a
back
drink
to
break.
me. Come back to me.
Oh, sure.
Okay. All right. I remember we found that red crystal. I'm going to go back to our skimmer and see if the red crystal's in there. And I'm going to see if it's similar to the blue crystal.
Our crystal's green.
The blue crystal, the crystal that you guys had.
Was it green?
The one that you found on the island.
Yes, was red.
Yeah, it's red. But he's talking about the ship crystal.
The ship crystal was green? Sorry, I thought it was blue.
The crystal on the ship was green.
It's green, yeah. Green is air.
The blue crystal you had was the one that you had for your little
which is in my pocket.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes, the green crystal. So I want to see if it's similar to the green crystal.
So you're looking at it. The green crystal is huge and unlike anything you've ever seen before.
The red crystal was pretty big.
The red crystal is big too, but it like some reason like it's glowing still, so it's like looks like it's still active. You go back to get it. You're like, okay, where's my crystal? You go to grab it. You're like, okay, cool. Like you go to grab the red crystal and pick it up, and you look at it, and now it's yellow.
What?
What the? I don't know.
This. I see this, right?
No, didn't you go out? You went with them, didn't you? You went up to.
Yeah, you're down with us.
No, I don't see this.
I'm like, is it hot? Because I remember we had to get the top to carry it.
It's not hot.
I would.
Great.
By the way,
I bring it over. I'm like, Grail, do you know what this is? kind of like hold it up. Does he know what this?
He looks at it and he like closes his eyes and touch it again. It's like it's a crystal, but it doesn't have anything inside like this one. There is
This-
a presence inside of ours, something alive. This one does not.
Have you ever heard of a crystal that's it was blue when it came down, it was red when we found it, and it's green now, or yellow?
I've never heard of crystals changing colors.
Great. I don't know enough about this. Thought I knew all kinds of stuff. Do I know anything about this?
Thought I knew all kinds of stuff.
I mean,
Could have sworn I know all
I know
kinds of shit.
because I would have worked. I worked on a lot of stuff when I've seen this type of crystal before at all.
A
in the
yellow
Empire.
crystal.
Now that it's changed color multiple times.
do you want to try and identify it?
Oh,
I can once for free.
there you go.
Come on, let's see. Try to identify this. Freebie.
Okay.
Let's see.
Okay.
what
You
I can
have
figure out.
you have the item in your inventory, a new item.
Oh, identified it. I guess.
And also Zatalpa, if you're down here and if you walk in
dear, what
while
is this?
Onlyce's doing his thing, she looks at Zatalpa, she goes, Zatalpa, is there any interesting you can read common and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, she's like, if you see any books that look interesting that might help us, there are some without embossing that I could not see on the book. And she like motions towards the bookshelf.
What kind of books are you looking for? What would help
Well,
us?
she would have
I'm looking
taken
for
down the
books on
history one.
Bakhmut.
You said there was a history one of
Yeah.
Horizon.
There's a history. Yep, one that gave like a
So-
history of Horizon.
Yeah, so she definitely took that one down already. She goes,
Mhm.
Probably anything. She's like sitting there thinking. She goes, maybe some with about crystals, maybe some.
Do I see anything?
Like, what titles does he see?
Sure.
You know, just
So you're gonna have to like take the books out and like open them up to look because the spine's not there and there's nothing on the front.
oh,
once
there
he's
was
on
just
it.
nothing on this one. I didn't know if there was
Nope.
just printing that wasn't
Nope.
embossed.
So yep, go ahead and make an investigation check. You're looking through. There are. It looks like there's a lot of books in here that were like mission documents from his time in the Air Force. The vast majority of them are going through a ton of different just mission briefings or everything like that for what he's done while he was in the Air Force. There are a few other books in there. There are a couple more like smut books that he likes to read in there. Some history books going through like he already found the one about Horizon. There's a few other ones about specific things about it, more about like the religions that go through there. There's one that talks about like Ultima, and one specifically dedicated to Siren, which is as you don't know much about these at all because like they are false gods and only Bahamut is the true god.
I mean,
Of course.
do you say any of this out loud as you like read it?
I definitely say the part about Bakhmut being the only true god.
What gods are you talking about?
But yeah, I would go through and read out loud what I find.
May I have the one on Siren, please?
I hand it over.
Okay.
Sure.
But
Just
like,
because.
can
I'm
you?
curious.
I give you a weird look though. Like, can
If you
read it kind
if
of
there's a symbol of Siren that you see in there, you might see one that's hanging around my neck. So
He's saying you're blind, and he's wondering if you can read the book. That's what he's worried.
yeah, I can find a way to get it translated into Braille. Yes, there are transcriptioners or whatever. Like,
I thought you were trying to read it right now. I think
no, not right now. No. But they interest me, and if I can find someone to transcribe them into Braille, I would get them put into basically a Braille version of that book type thing. So, yeah. No, I would just take it and then hold it.
Okay. Yep. So most of those are like different types of mission documents going through a wide variety of things.
Was there documents on the table? I would have told him to look at the desk and stuff too.
The table had just a map rolled out, the world map, and you can see it's rolled out, and he's got like little stones holding it out, but you see like there's a dagger through the part that's over the Empire.
Of course.
Filthy imps.
I would have, I would have like felt and been like, I'm curious, where's the dagger at? And he's just like the Empire. I'm like, oh, got it.
Yeah, so that's what we got. Onlese is gonna pick the lock. Most everything else in here, his wardrobe is up, so he's got a lot of like his cool like pirate clothing and whatnot. He's got some like ornamental like weapons hanging up.
Mm-hmm.
Some looks like different types of like maybe like medals he won while that he was awarded while he was in the Air Force that he has hanging up. Different types of that show like what kind of like a decorated like soldier he was. But there's nothing super interesting around here other than the books that he has, and the safe you would imagine like might be the big thing there.
Out of curiosity, I set the book. Oh, I think she has a backpack. Yeah, she put the books in her backpack, but she's gonna like. I just wanna. She's gonna feel like while she's waiting, gonna feel the compass to feel for like engravings on it and stuff, just out of curiosity.
Sure. Yeah, it feels like you can feel some like markings on it. It feels like it's like super like really nice quality.
Right. I mean, it's not gonna help her any. She found it. She's curious.
There's a safe.
There's
yeah,
a safe,
that
and
Onlese
you
is at.
You see Onlese's down there, like he's like listening to it as he's like turning the dial on it to try and crack it.
Where did Where did Tempest's sister stay? Was there a different room for her, or did she just stay with Galleon in the open? I feel like she actually it was second.
She had her own. I mean, she still stayed in the barracks too, but
Right.
she had like her area had like a wooden panel up to block it. You could
Right.
still see from like the bottom of it, but like it was kind of like off on its own too.
Right. So she actually gonna wander over there and like look around, see if she left anything.
I mean, you guys already checked everything over there.
Okay.
So like you found like one of the healing potions would have been over there.
Okay.
She's got, you find like her old bow that she had, which is like a mundane bow, some quivers, some like little trinkets that she was using when she was experimenting on to like learning how to create things.
Right. That's what I was kind of curious about too, because she was creating things, small things, and
Just
stuff.
small little trinkets here and there. But she didn't like. Again, her area looked like it was a mess. Like she had like just rushed out of there,
Right.
to defend the place.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. Anything else? I mean, you want to? You only had one use to identify, so you'll have to figure out what that hat is later.
Can't I just sit and try to identify it if we have time?
Yeah, if you
Okay.
guys are gonna, once you have enough time, you can do that for sure.
Right. Well, yeah. Once Unlace is back and we know what's in the chest.
Judging from how long he's been gone, he is pooping. He always has a hearty poop.
He do.
I should go pee then, I guess.
Yeah, I'm gonna go grab a snack or a drink or something. I'll be right back. I have a drink.
I just got back.
Aha!
Never mind.
I knew
literally
that
was
was
sitting
gonna
down.
happen.
Of
As
course.
soon as I say, it's fine if you need to go get a drink.
No,
Nope,
like
I have
literally,
one.
it happened again. Like as he's like, well, since Garrett's gone so long, blah blah blah, and someone's
Sorry
like,
about that.
oh, I'm gonna go and get a snack or go pee or
Couldn't have
whatever.
been more perfect timing.
No, it was seriously like I was just about to say, and watch Garrett show up in 3, 2.
Perfect. Go ahead and roll like a lock picking roll.
So if you have lockpick proficiency, then with proficiency. If not, it's just a dex check.
I didn't add it to. Hang on, I'm pretty sure I do have it due to my background.
You do have a thieves tool proficiency, Jess.
Gotcha.
So it'll be a dex check with your
with
proficiency,
proficiency. Yep.
Did I not add it to my?
So a save technically, right? If you just want to quick roll it.
I mean, he's not proficient in dex save, so.
Oh, that's true.
I thought I. Oh, so just be thieves' tools, right?
Yep, thieves tools. And it's dex based, and you're proficient in it. You are proficient in it. He's not. He doesn't have dex saves proficiency.
I thought he had tool proficiency.
He does.
Oh, I see what you're saying, because it would be double proficiency.
Okay, so
Fuck yeah! Fucking
you're down there with like your ear up against it, and you're like slowly like turning it, and you can hear the tumblers, and
You
like
can, yeah.
everyone is in the room like going through like the bookshelves looking for things, and you keep telling everybody to shut up because you're doing work every time they make a lot of noise, and eventually like you get it, you're like click, you hear the click and open up the safe, no problem.
Hell yeah.
Inside there's another like giant bag of gold. There is a small little book that looks like it might be like a ledger or something like that. You find a blue, it looked like a little flask that has like a little blue crystal embedded in the front of it. There are a variety of like scrolls in there as well. And there is one sending stone.
Oh, what else is in there? Shit, I missed everything.
And a ledger. Oh shit! I was muted.
Sorry.
So I take the bag of gold out and I toss it towards Tempest.
Who?
Assuming she's the most senior person.
With
Make a perception check.
as soon as it comes
God.
within 5 feet of me, I would feel it.
What's your passive perception?
Yes, you would.
No, I would.
What's your passive perception?
My passive is 13.
Right in your
Ma-
face. Boom.
Because the thing is, it's gold. It's gonna jingle in the air
Right.
too. Like
So like you like have a book open in your hand, just
Right.
coming at you, and you feel it. Give me like a dex check to see if you can like close the book or drop the book quickly and grab it without it hitting you. Okay, you like
I'm gonna have to drop the book to.
you drop the book and you catch it, but it's heavier than you think it is. So you catch it right before it hits your face, but then your hand smashes into your face as you catch it.
I like growl a little bit.
Yes, heads up.
Why didn't you say that when you threw it? Only say.
I figured you were on your toes as usual.
Like she slowly lowers the bag, and if you've never seen a blind person glare as hard as she is right now.
You are glaring at Zeltapa. I am to your right.
No, she is much like she's not like she knows where you are. There's no way you're gonna have a moment like that.
We'd be right up.
You're just like
you say that
glaring
anyways,
in
even
general.
though it's looking right at you.
Yeah.
If unless you could blush,
she
you'd be
goes-
blushing a little bit.
So
Your skin like turns a little dark blue. What?
A darker shade, or no, like a hue of red in his cheeks.
Oh, there you go.
Or I don't know. Actually, I don't even know if it would be red.
I was gonna say, is your skin
It would be
green?
red.
So maybe
Oh, it's-
blue, purple.
His skin is like almost your color skin.
Oh, is it? Oh
Very
yeah, yeah,
similar.
yeah, yeah. It's I'm thinking
That was
a
just
little bit more.
coincidental that it ended up being like that, but yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
So what was in the sorry, what was in the safe? I just escaped back from the bathroom. There's gold.
Gold, a
He takes
ledger
the
of some type.
scrolls. He takes out some of the scrolls and sets them to the side and just looks at Zaltalpa and Smitty. Magic.
Not there.
Smitty's not here.
Oh.
He
Looks
was
at
just asking out
Zaltalpa.
of character.
Or wait, is it just Tempest that I hear, or is Zaltalpa?
Zaltalpa's there too.
Zaltalpa.
Yeah.
Yeah. He just. I would throw these, but they're magic. Assuming.
Magic.
Maybe.
He's gonna pocket the sending stone for now
Mm-hmm.
and pull out the ledger.
Okay. You.
Oh, and the flask, and set the flask on top of the safe. Do not know what that is. Could be poison.
Can I investigate the flask?
You can. Yeah, go ahead and give me an Arcana check.
While this is going on.
Okay. You look at it and you very obviously you like that is you recognize that as like a piece of like materia that has been embedded in front of this flask. So you're not really sure like what it does though, but you know that like material like that normally creates like some kind of like magic with the item.
I definitely pocket that.
Okay. What were you gonna say, Jess?
Well, I don't know how big this bag of gold is, but she's going to set it down, walk over to where Ziltapa is, and kind of like cuff him the back of the head because of him throwing the bag of gold at her. Next time.
To Onlace?
Or sorry, I keep saying Ziltapa.
Again.
Onlace.
Like, hey, what did I do?
Again, you just smacked Zaltalpa in the back of the head. I think you meant to.
No. No.
You can't see as good as you think you can.
That's not true. I have blind sight. Thank you.
I think the real joke here is Zaltalpa. She thinks we are the same species.
No,
Yes.
no, not.
She is a racist one, I know. Most
Indeed.
pirates are, I find.
Indeed, yes.
She walks up to Onlace and cuffs him on the
But
back of the head.
she is.
We
No
do not
time.
choose our family.
Okay,
In
you
my
wanna,
culture, that is an attempt at a mating ritual. There is no time, and I am not your type.
What?
you gotta thumb through the book or you gotta put it away for later?
I am actually no. He is actually standing up and he's like starting to thumb through the ledger.
Okay. You see there's a
We're
lot of like information in there like about previous like a lot of like taking note of all the loot that you found along in the past from a lot of their raiding missions. It's also got information about like just keeping track of their finances for any time they've had to go purchase things for the island. What he owes people because he does pay people a lot too. So a lot of
So
that's
credits and debts and
Yep, a lot of that's like he was keeping track of stuff like that. As you are thumbing through it, it doesn't seem like there's a lot, but give me an investigation check.
I really wish I was better at this.
We got this.
Same.
Still pretty good though. As you start going towards the back, you feel like you get to the back and you're just like, this is just like nothing here. But then you feel like the back cover of it, and you can see there's like a page that's like hidden along the back that you're able to peel off on the back. And on the back page, it has he has written down in there that it's like found information about Tsukiyomi. She's on the ship that was supposed to be just a nothing transportation. We're gonna have to be very careful on this, but she is important and we must find her. In case something happens afterwards, know that she must be rescued. If anybody reads this.
Oh snap!
should read that out loud.
Is this dated? Back page or anything?
It's not dated.
Okay.
And it also looks like it was hastily written.
Can you spell that name?
Yeah, right. I just guessed.
Tsukiyomi. So Sukiyyomi.
I did IOMI, but I don't even know.
Ah, the TS. Got it.
Thank you.
No problem.
Find info about Tsukiyomi on the ship that was supposed to be nothing transfer. Is there anything else on this page at all?
Nope. It looked like it was very hastily like written down.
Is it in the same handwriting as the rest of the ledger?
Go ahead and roll me a perception check. Okay. It was written hastily, but it looks like it was still written by like the same person.
Okay. I'm assuming it's
Which would
the
probably
captain.
be the captain. So
You can guess what the captain. Yeah.
It says something about most of this is just credits and debts, customer information. But on this back page, there is a note jotted down. Something about information found about Suki Iomi. Yes, Suki Yomai. Yes, something like that. On that on the ship that was supposed to be nothing but transportation, we must be careful now. In case anything happens, no, she must be rescued. Yes.
so
Is this
so the girl.
Yes. So he knew. Wait, no, he did not know.
No, it sounds like he didn't know.
But when he says we're going to have to be very careful on this, who does he mean by we're? As in us? Or as in him and someone else?
Have
Like,
I
is
heard
this-
the name Tsukiyomi before? Does it sound like a name or does it sound like a title? Because I'm not sure.
Roll a religion check. Let's see. Never heard it before.
Okay.
Could I possibly? Would that possibly be a historical name or?
That's what I was thinking, but I guess it's more religion.
You can,
If not,
yeah, you
fine.
can roll a history check. Let's see. It's possible with your background that you might have also heard of it for different reasons. Nope, doesn't ring a bell.
Perhaps someone else will know.
Maybe.
Who is it? Grimlock? No, that's not his name. What is the
Grail?
helmsman's name? Yes.
Or no, Scar.
Scar, yes. Reminds me of someone in a play.
Right.
Maybe he will know.
Maybe.
Shall we go back to the others? Oh wait,
Okay.
was there anything? So that was the safe. Did anybody search the desk?
Yep, they found
Yeah.
an additional healing potion, and they found his compass. And then there's a map of like a world map kind of for the continent on the desk that was being held down by 4 stones, and then there was a dagger through the area over the Empire,
Any specific area in the Empire?
just like right in the heart of it.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I don't. If you asked, she would like give you the compass because it's not. She can't use it.
That's
I
true.
think it would make sense that this should go to Smitty, yes, since he can operate
Sure.
the skiff.
Sure.
Okay, Smitty is not with you, but
Right.
Shall we bring
so,
this information to the others?
Of course.
I'm bringing the I'm gonna tuck the ledger into my satchel.
Okay.
Damn, you said that we had a. Did we have like a general store?
There was a general store, but
No,
But it was
no.
like general store, not
Yeah.
like general magic items or anything
Nope.
store, or
Before
healing
we-
potions.
Before we leave the captain's quarters, did any of you look for hidden compartments? Yes.
I did, but like I can my wind currents are usually not able to permeate through walls, so if you want to check, go ahead.
I'm gonna look in places that I think I would put a hidden compartment, like a false bottom to a chest,
Right.
or underneath the chair, or look for a wall, like a slat in one of the walls. Well, actually, they're stone walls, right?
yes, these are stone walls. Yep.
Is it a stone floor or is it a wooden floor over a stone floor?
It's also a stone floor. Yep. So
Any
they've
rugs,
already
like-
there are some rugs. Yep. Tempest has checked the bookcase when she was looking through all the books, see if there's anything secret in there already. But there's some places that you could probably look through some nooks and crannies through all of his stuff.
I'm not spending hours. I'm just quickly looking where I think
You
that I
can
would.
Roll an
assume that-
investigation check.
Stalba, what are you doing, Stalba?
Sorry.
You're looking through everything. You're not finding any secret compartments. You look through all of his clothing, like in the pockets, see if he left anything in there. You find like a piece of paper that looks like it might be a note, and you open it up, and all you see is a little note that just says "Fuck you," signed Galleon, that he kept in his pocket.
I hand that to Smitty. Say a clue.
I'm not there.
Also, that
Yeah.
was Onlace that found that.
I'm just saying, what were you doing?
I'm gonna tuck the note into my inside pocket, jacket pocket.
Awesome.
Seems like
Did anybody-
an important clue.
No, but I think it must have meant something to someone. And I know that Galleon will piss his pants laughing if I hand it back to him.
You're probably right.
It's all about the moment. What do you before we go back to the others, Saltalpa, Tempest, what do you think we should do? Yes. They could come back. And we don't know unless Scar knows, yes, where they took them.
We can talk to Scar a little bit more, also to Grail. I don't know how much Grail heard either. I haven't been able to speak with him. And he was quite close to he was actually moderately close to the main area as well. So let's convene and share our information and maybe ask those two if there was anything else that they had heard.
That's what
Or
we're doing.
know of, actually.
Unless-
Actually, do either of you see anything about in the books information on Empire locations, Empire strongholds, etc.?
You guys can definitely pour through some of the books in his office.
Yeah,
if you'd like.
anything basically looks like Empire information is what she would encourage to be pulled, so they can like go and wherever they're going to convene, we can pour over books in there.
There are a few in there, and if you want to spend enough time, there might be some information in. You weren't there when they looked through the bookcase only, say, but the bookcase consisted almost exclusively of
Military stuff. Yeah.
military stuff, like his mission briefings and stuff from back when he was in the Air Force, giving a lot of information about what he had been doing while he was there. So he's got records of all that stuff over there. But there were still some other books that were about like the history of Horizon and a variety of things. Like there are a lot of smutty books up there too.
Yeah, we don't need any of those.
I mean, you don't need any of those. I don't know. The other people can take them if they want.
I mean, she might if they're in Braille.
No, I don't need any.
How does Braille smut work?
You only need one hand to read Braille
Oh.
It's
Have you
true.
not
without
seen,
missing a beat.
Have you,
It is.
you not
Is it?
seen Men in Tights?
Is it extra raised? Yes.
Have
I
you not seen
don't.
Men in Tights? There's a blind
Yes,
guy
yes,
with
of course. With the Braille Playboy, I remember.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I'm just saying, it's not. Braille doesn't differ based on the fiction or non-fiction, but you only need one hand to read it. If you get my drift.
And she's like whispering it so you can feel like the drift pass through your ears as she says, "Get my drift." Whoosh.
I would think you don't need any hands with your control of the wind. Yes.
Wind dries
Um,
things out.
You just need to have a controlled breathing in order to read with Braille. Just reading it with the wind, maybe.
I'm gonna. If there's a couple like personal journals that are related to his time in the war, or his time as a war commander.
Yep.
I'll grab those, assuming they're not super heavy. If they're really heavy books, I'm gonna.
Nope, there's not. There's a lot of, some of them are a little thicker, but a lot of them are like smaller, almost like notebooks that I filed through there about different, depending on like how big or important like his missions that were. There might be more or less paperwork related to them. Some of them are just kind of like folders that he has like official documents stuffed inside of and whatnot. So you can find some of them through there. If you spend enough time going through there, you find a couple of them that also relates to some of the missions that you were on with him as well. So you can see like the official paperwork and documents for those, since he would have been the one that wrote them up.
For a pirate, he documents a lot. Yes.
He wasn't always a pirate. From what my sister says, since she used to be under him in the
What was
military.
he?
A commander.
I'm sure she was under him more. Never mind. Poor taste. Just thought you said sister. Shall we? He walks out the door.
Okay, you catch back up with Smitty, and like clue him in on everything that you found.
Right.
I was on the ship like, oh my baby, oh, I'm like trying to like get rid of all the burn marks and as many things as I could do. I'm like trying to fix it,
It's pretty.
fix it in quotes.
It's
He
pretty
still
messed up.
has his assistant just laying on the floor. Poor guy.
No, well, Jessica came up. She would have checked on her.
Jessica was there with him, so she probably would
True.
have. Her and Grail moved him back to, especially if you guys suggest to start using the barracks, they can start like those two can start moving people into the
Right,
barracks.
just for the safety of up above.
Correct.
His
Is there any places on the island that were stronghold? Yes, or panic room that you did not tell us about?
would I know of any places maybe like under a tower that were,
The safe place to run to it was below the island, so down where you guys are right now.
but there wasn't any like little like cellar areas that would have been able to.
Like
Nope.
secret escapes or anything that we didn't like? Maybe I wasn't told about, or anybody that's newer.
Nope, there was no secret. The big secret of the island was like the hangar below deck.
The hangar, yeah. She like shakes
So
her
the
head.
captain
She's
was
like,
pretty
no.
honest with his crew. Got it.
He was pretty honest.
Right.
Forthcoming with
Yeah.
his crew.
So explain to me the way that the hangar is kind of attached to the upper part of the island, the city part, quote unquote, is basically just a large entryway. Is there like a gate or a?
So it was just like it, and this was also the secret, right? So normally there was like an illusion that wasn't there when you got back that
Right.
kind of covered the entrance with what looked to be like it was going down to like a grassy hill, so it covered it what looked like a grassy area that you would walk
Wait.
down below.
Isn't there a crystal in the island that
The-
like controls that?
The crystal in the island is the crystal from the airship. That crystal controlled all of it.
Oh, it controlled the illusion and the.
How'd that
Yeah,
work
so
when the
so
ship was
the
gone?
airship. I mean, the island floats on its own.
Yes, the island
Right.
floats on its own. Yes, I knew
So,
that.
but
Yeah,
the
but I was
the
talking about the
crystal,
illusion around the island because
Yeah.
how does that work then with when the ship is gone?
the crystal, yeah, the crystal around the island, the crystal that's there, that's what generates like the fog cloud that's around
Right.
there, right? So when the ship's gone, it's normally not gone for too long, and it's still like a fog cloud. It still persists for quite a while unless there's like a really heavy wind that's there. And there is a like crystal that is in the island that kind of like had like a connection that would connect to the main crystal, and you could like send some, like it could like absorb some of its power to hold it for a temporary
I want to go
while
check
it's
on
gone.
that one. That's what I was thinking it because
Sure.
I swear you had said that there was some.
Yep.
And yeah, as soon as she's like sitting there thinking about things, the first thing was, which would be very obvious, if there was a way to essentially close the doors to the above, if there was some type of a like a barricade type thing, and then she would go, "Oh, I'm gonna go check on the crystal that's inside the island," which I'm gonna guess she would have to go back through the barrack / deeper into the island.
The that crystal is like in the mess hall basically. There's like a little carving out to the side of it where it sits on like a stand that is used.
Okay, so she's gonna go check on it essentially.
Yep, you go to check on the crystal, and as you get close to look at it, you can see it's just a huge crack down the center.
Well, I would feel it. Yeah.
Right. So okay, yeah, you wouldn't see that. You would feel it, and you feel it, and like for a second you have to pull your hand back because like you almost like cut yourself on the edge of the crystal as it has this giant crack down the center. Like it looks like this thing was like brutally damaged. Like it was directly attacked, and that's what caused it to break.
So she's gonna gently like pick it up off of its stand or whatever, and she's going to carry it back up
Sure.
to, because obviously if somebody's working on stuff, you may as well work on both at once. So she's like walking up back towards the hangar with that then.
Okay.
When she's
I'm
while
arguing with the guys.
while she's getting that crystal, I'm gonna debrief Scar, Jessica, Grail, and whoever else wants to listen on the stuff we found, like the ledger.
Yep, they are all very interested in what happened. Like Jessica doesn't even know what happened to the island. She's
I was
just
gonna
been
say,
too busy taking care of everybody.
Right, and then Scar would know some stuff.
Yep, Scar.
I don't know if Grail knows.
Is he functional, Scar? Like he's missing a lung? Is he like?
He
Well,
is.
so he's like shallow breathing, yeah.
He's very shallow breathing. Like
But he was
he's
magically
stabilized.
healed.
he's
So
sta-
The
he's
gods
stabilized.
have blessed him with another lung. Don't worry.
His
Bahmut
perhaps
has blessed.
unsure what he's got going inside of his chest, but he's stabilized right now, and he's taken like, his breathing is still relatively shallow, laying in bed, but he seems like no danger to like his health or anything like that.
The big question I asked them basically is, do any of you know where they took everyone? And do
yeah,
any
did
of you
Scar
know
hear a
about
name?
this
Yeah.
Tsukuyomi?
Napoleon goes, geez, I didn't see anything. I was out near the beginning of it, and I spent most of the fight underneath like wood and fight. That was on fire. I heard a lot, but I didn't really see anything that happened. Grail speaks up. He's like, yes, they were, when they appeared before us, the fighting happened almost immediately. Their large suits of Magitech armor, which were at least 4 times the size of the one that JX3 uses, was far too strong for me to fight in single combat, and I was taken out relatively quickly. And then Scar speaks up. He's like, yes, I was there till the end. Even though I was, as Tempest found me, I was able to watch. After they were able to take the crew down with much effort and loss on their side, I heard them say that they were going back to the capital, and then they disappeared.
You were saying they used magics to
Yes.
put them away. Yes.
Some kind of teleportation magic. I imagine the same way that they used to arrive.
And did they take the woman in white with them?
Yes, they did.
And the captain,
the
and
captain,
Balion and
yes.
Galleon, all of them.
Everybody was taken. They said they would pay for their crimes of kidnapping such an important person, and that they were going to bring this Tsukiyomi back to the Empress directly.
Scar, this ledger, yes, the back page found. The captain speaks of on the ship that was supposed to be nothing transport, but transportation, yes. He speaks of Tsukiyomi and about how we're going to have to be very careful on this in case anything happens. She must be rescued. Yes.
Yes. Well, I
Stop
can
saying yes.
I can imagine. I can imagine that something has already happened, but the captain definitely knew this individual. While they were engaging, I heard him ask what they did to Sigrid before. It sounded like from the way that he was speaking to them that Sigrid was some kind of person that was protecting Tsukiyomi. And they they laughed and said something about how she was she may have been a very strong protector indeed, that even the strongest fall to doom.
Wait, the captain knew who this person was before?
He spoke as if he was familiar with her in some way. I do not know.
His journal, yes, his journal entry knew her name. So he must have known about her. And that she must be rescued. But who does he speak of when he says we're going to have to be very careful? Is there more people that he works with, Scar, or any of you know?
I am unfamiliar. He spends most of his days here unless he is out looting and pillaging. So I can, perhaps he meant just us, the crew, but nothing that I know. Perhaps only the closest of the crew members were aware, or maybe there is others, but it's nothing that I am familiar with. Most of this I am learning about just now as I witnessed it happen.
Do I get back at this point?
Sure. Yep.
Do I know anything about how they would have ported it? Because it's the Empire, right? Now I'm thinking.
Yeah, it is the Empire. So judging from just the way he described it, it sounds like a teleportation spell. But
are they anti-magic?
It's not that they're anti-magic. It's that they have a hard time wielding magic innately, like most people do.
So they use technology to.
So they use technology. A lot of their magic comes from siphoning magic, the magical powers of crystals from other nations.
They're like blood elves.
Yeah, they're kind of like blood elves. They can use the fire crystal, but the fire crystal's magic is mostly used to enhance people physically, giving them, so they have a lot of physical might to them, because that's the only way that they've been able to innately use fire crystals. Whereas other people can still use fire crystal from other nations in limited ways if they siphon it themselves, and they can also siphon their own crystals and use them in a way similar to how they use the other nation's crystals. But innately, like most people can do with the specific crystals, they are unable to wield that.
So what do we know of this Tsukiyomi? We know that she's a light. Someone said she was a crystal bearer,
a light crystal bearer. Yep.
A light crystal bearer, yeah.
And that the only other light crystal bearer that has been publicly known to exist is Logriff, which is the current religious leader of Horizon.
Horizon being
the capital of the Air Crystal Nation. Nova Mistral.
Nova Mistral. Okay. So the question is here, Smitty, can you repair the crystal?
At this point, Tempest is walking up to
And how long
Smitty
would it
with the
take?
smaller crystal that's cracked.
Oh, great, another one.
Well, this is the one that was in the mess hall. Yes.
I know what that is.
And is there anybody left here that can help you?
Hands it off to
May-
Smitty.
Maybe Grail, maybe, but other than that, you're looking at it.
Yep, the people that you have found, most of them were just people that lived up top. They did things help self-sustain everybody. The only like crew members that you found on here were like Napoleon and Scar.
And Grail.
Grail wasn't really a.
Grail's not part of the crew.
He wasn't part of the crew, but he helped. He kind of like was like the religious leader along with like Jessica up there, but he also did a lot of the sparring for people, kind of like like almost like he was like the military leader up there, just like helping people train and whatnot. Not that most people wanted to, but he was always available up there to like throw down with people if they just wanted to fight or test a skill or anything like that, or get advice or whatever.
Well, the only people that could do it. Only people that could do anything is me and Gideon and Axel. They did other stuff. They don't know this crystal stuff.
Right. So, can you fix it given time?
Yeah, it's gonna. How long would it take me to try to fix these crystals? Specifically,
the crystal,
ship crystal
and the
crystal that she brought was like completely destroyed. It wasn't just something like a crack that happened to it. It looks like somebody like just started wailing on it and just like with the intent of destroying it.
Right. Okay. Well, this thing's pretty much done. As you can see, it is pretty broken. I don't know. I don't know where we'll get another one. Where would we get one of these things? Where are they from?
It's a crystal. Crystals are all over the place.
Yeah, this one here, though, the one that it was used for the fog cloud stuff, though. How was it a special one?
That one, the big crystal that has a crack in it. That one, nobody knows anything about that other than the captain. So
the crystal on the boat.
Not the boat one. Sorry, not the boat one. The crystal that we used for the one that you brought down wasn't that the one that we used for the island?
The one in the mess hall. That one was smashed like with the intention of destroying it. Looks like.
What was the mess hall crystal for?
That was absorbed and kept up the fog cloud.
It was a battery pack for the bigger crystal.
Okay, so that's okay. So that's it was a battery pack.
Question. And I know I just asked one, but another question. And this is me might not be remembering from our last session. Did we not find a crystal?
Yes. You mean this yellow one? And I pull it out.
Can we use that to repair that one, or use that one to
not
pilot
really. This thing does not do that. It does a few different. It does something different. It does something with resistances and basically, just so I can say it. Blah blah blah. This is an amulet. Crystal type thing.
The one that fell and made a huge hole.
That one's called. So it's called So I explained it's the crystal shard of equilibrium because I cast an identification on it, and basically, it has 4 charges and regains 1d4 plus 1 expended charges each day at dawn. Whenever you would deal cold, fire, lightning, or thunder damage with a spell, you can expend 1 charge to change the element type to one of the other ones listed. So if you're doing fire damage, you can change it to cold damage, whatever. Whenever you take cold, fire, lightning, or thunder damage from a hostile source, you regain 1 charge. So I kind of explain that, and I'm like, so this won't really help us. This ain't not gonna
do what the Empire does and suck out whatever makes it powerful and use it to repair the other one.
He didn't really complete his training. He was still kind of apprenticing under his master before he had to flee.
Yes.
I don't know that.
No.
I don't know.
Not really.
Can you repair it? He's actually tapping his foot now. Given time.
Can
resources.
Can I repair the green crystal?
You are not very confident that you can. Like, you've never even really seen a crystal like that before. especially after hearing like Grail talk about it. The crystal, like you're like talking about it, you're pointing at it, like I don't even know, like you're walking over to it, and I don't, not feeling very confident. As you're looking down on it, you see it has like a very faint like green glow inside of it again.
I think this crystal will pretty much heal itself. It's just the over time. I don't think I can do anything to this crystal.
How fast is the skiff? Yes. And can we get to the center of the Empire to save
With the skill,
our crew and or
it's
this woman in white, Tsukiyomi? Because from what it sounds like, we do not want the Empire to have her. Personally, I would rather save our crew. But the captain did say she must be rescued. Yes.
We can save
And the rest
both.
of our crew must be rescued.
I really don't want to go into the Empire right now, but we have to for the captain's sake. And
How far
whatever she is, we don't want them to have it.
How far away is it via skiff? Windrunner,
How far away? How far away would
puddle
it be?
jumper, whatever you wish to call it.
So you guys saw
So
you
where's-
saw the world map earlier.
Yeah, I'm looking at the world map right now.
Yep.
I just don't know how fast this thing would go and how long it would take us to get there.
So what is the heart of the Empire?
That is
Capital, man.
a spear. Is
Oh, okay, a
the
spear.
capital.
Yeah. Where is
So it's
that?
just north of where we are.
Oh, okay.
It's
not just north. It's quite a ways.
Yeah, it's like just north.
Yeah, so it's
Northeast.
north. It's probably going to take you, like if you were flying that. It's it's faster than like traveling via horse, but it would probably still take you like potentially like weeks to get there.
This is gonna take
Mhm.
weeks. This is not. This skiff is
How-
only made for short jumps.
Have-
We need the ship.
How
And
I was
ship
going
will
to
get us
say
there
how
Does anybody know anyone that can help us?
Well, they teleported in here. We need to find someone who can teleport us there.
I imagine they expended great resources to do that, which is why I do not think they will come
We
back.
can go to
anytime
Horizon.
soon, if at all. And what is there that would help us?
Horizon
have
is a large
connections?
city.
Horizon is that's where you were based out of, only when you were part of the Air Force as well.
Yeah. And I am she's like, I am from the mountains around Horizon.
So you are semi familiar with there. You didn't like, you were mostly doing work while you're there, but it's where the Air Force is based out of. So there are a lot of, outside of just the airships that are there as well. That's where like the main it's the main place that like builds and creates these airships, not just for the military to use, but any sort of like commercial use as well. In Nova Mistral.
Do we have any contacts in Horizon, military or non, that would aid us?
Scar,
You-
Grail,
you-
I'm
Jessica,
asking the
any-
group. I'm asking the group, and
Okay,
if I know of any personally.
So-
you and Tempest, who are from there, you guys can both make roll a d6 to see what you know. Sorry. It makes more sense that you rolled the one. You spent a lot of your time in the mountains. You
Well,
didn't really have a ton
All
of
my
time
contacts
outside.
are the monks, but they could fucking know some shit.
They might. It's less common. As you know, the monks normally only come down
Well,
to the
actu-
mountains to either like spread the word of their religion, or to potentially gather supplies or recruit people. They don't really come down a lot. They're not like know a ton of people. So while it's possible, it's less likely. So
Granted, you've never given me a name yet, but would my Zen master know anything? Do I know of? Since that's the person that's trained me my whole life.
it's
but
possible. You know from talking to the Zen master that they have spent they've spent a lot of time up, but they have a lot more worldly knowledge than a lot of the other people that are
yeah,
up there.
because they probably have gone on like some type of a traveling.
So they've told stories of like a pilgrimage and everything that
Yeah.
they've done and going around, and but and there's been stories about people that they know, but they don't. It's not like they've specifically gone through like, oh, I know all these cool people in Horizon. All these things happen. There have been names and people that they know, and they sound like it. They are a well-respected individual, and it could be worth checking out. But you're not 100% sure. And Onlese, you definitely have some contacts still in the Air Force that you could know and talk to.
My background also gave me a contact, which I believe was the captain, but it does say to a network of people. So I don't know if that helps at all.
Your contact was actually not the captain.
Oh, wasn't.
So
Okay.
yeah, so you would know. Yeah, so you would know some people there that you met through dealings with the in the Air Force. Obviously you're going to run into a lot of shady people there, and being who you are, the value of making contacts with people like that. So you while you have some ideas of people that might be available to help you out if they are still at large and not caught, you are fairly positive at least one person that you can go to get some information from.
Or even how about someone in the military?
Yeah, you do have somebody in the military. In fact, you have a family member that still is in the military.
I have to go back. Have we talked about this before, or are you just saying this now? Because I'm trying to remember.
We've talked about it very briefly before, so we can flesh that out when we get to it.
I'm gonna pull out the sending stone too out of my belt pouch.
Okay.
Does anyone know how this works? It was in the safe, and it might
My sister has one.
be useful if the other person that has another one of these is someone that might help.
I believe.
Hand it to,
I believe
I'm gonna hand it
you
to
just need
Smitty
to-
because
I know what it is. I just don't know how many.
You
I don't
have
know.
to
I
speak
don't
more
know
forcefully then.
the charge.
You're just
on
like,
it.
I believe.
I don't know
and
if
then they
it's
start talking,
a
you just give
one-day
up.
use or it's a multi-day.
how do
use.
you use it? And I will try to use it.
Would Smitty know how this thing is used?
Yeah, you just kind of gotta like squeeze it and focus on wanting to use it, and then you speak a message, 25 words, and it sends to whoever has the other stone.
So explain that. So this is what it does.
Once per day.
Once per day. Probably need someone who knows what we're gonna say and
Pretty sure sending
just
stones
say it.
Can I see it, please?
Is it?
Let's give it someone who is gonna only say the
Hand
certain
him
things
the
and
stone.
nonsense. Oh dear! Don't waste the words. It's only 25 words.
Do you know? You don't even know to who.
No, it's once per day.
Do I have to know who I'm contacting?
I just looked it
or
up.
can I just use it?
No, just concentrate on the stone and feel like you
unless
want
it
to send a
focuses on-
message,
Focuses
And
on the
then-
stone.
and then say something, but keep it 25 words or less, and make sure you don't keep saying yes every second word.
Yes.
Oh dear Lord, dear Lord.
Um,
A lot. There we go.
unless he focuses on the stone.
Okay.
hard as you can.
As you're like focusing on the stone, you can you feel like this like opening up of your mind, like you like connecting to something, and you just like know that like anything that you think is going to be like sent to this other person.
Is it thought or is it out loud?
That's a good question.
out loud.
I think
Just speak out loud.
He's gonna speak out loud because he's just gonna think out loud, I guess. Captain Flint Lockhart in trouble. Yes. Tsukiyomi in trouble. Must be rescued. Need help. Please help. Empire has them.
I think that's it.
He has a few more words, but it's fine. Yeah.
a moment goes by and you hear in your head,
You probably should.
"Ah, yes. Thank you for letting us know that the Empire has them. I was wondering who these people we have in our cells are. Very kind of you. For your own good, stay where you are."
This is what I hear in my head.
Yep.
And then I spawn.
Lexi takes the fucking sending stone and smashes it on the fucking floor.
What the? What are you doing?
I'm guessing he just contacted the enemy.
How do you know that? It's
Hell.
in my head.
The way that you just destroyed a magical item, you know.
It's a magic item. It doesn't break that easy.
Yeah, I was
just
actually
really
wondering if
bored.
he did break it, because magical items can freak out when you break them too.
Okay.
Why was the other? I'm so confused.
They planted it,
wait.
maybe.
The captain probably had
Or-
it in the other in his pocket.
No, what if the captain?
Yeah,
What if it
sending
wasn't
doesn't
the
require
captain?
you to speak out loud.
You're telling me to break into there and
Message
leave all
does.
that stuff there?
He said he was.
Uh,
Whoever on the other side of this said, we were wondering who we had in our cells. Thank you. But why did they have the other sending stone unless someone here is the one that tipped them off?
the captain probably had it.
Why would he have the other one locked up? That does not make sense.
You think someone tipped them off?
I think I'm suspecting the captain. Or whoever had access to the safe, yes. Does not make sense to me that they have the other stone. Anyhow, they are coming. So,
Great.
That
plans might be a good thing.
or whoever had the other stone that was paired with the captain's was one of the other crew, and they took all of the things. And he just didn't have his on
But
him.
why would they have the stone on them? That doesn't.
Because he didn't need it when he was just here relaxing. Someone might have had it on them for whatever reason. Who knows? We don't have
But-
all information yet. We can assume, but we cannot know for sure. Why?
If they send someone, perhaps we can use that to our advantage.
Well, now we just tipped them off that at least there are people alive still here. Do I know if Jessica is like a cleric?
You see her do
Yeah.
magical healing.
I'm going to go and find
That
her.
doesn't even
to
make
speak
any
with
sense
her.
that they wouldn't.
She's with us.
Well, I don't know where
They didn't-
we're all standing. I assume she's back with looking over people.
Her and Grail were moving people to the barracks to help spread them out.
Right.
So she's
Oh, they were
probably.
with us.
I think we need to move everybody in the supplies to the nearby island.
That island's
Aye.
out in the open.
So is this.
They already know about this place.
They may not know they're over there.
We need to prepare the inside then. It's all collapsed. It's not very secure.
Well, I'm not saying they stay there long term. I'm saying we use that to bring people there and then ferry them down to other places. Horizon, perhaps, as you suggested. That's the closest city,
right.
right? Is Horizon the
Horizon is not the
Or is
closest
Murdrift?
city. It's just the biggest.
Would Murdrift be the closest?
Let's see.
Because that's just north.
Murdrift would
West
be
of
the
us, right?
closest, I think,
Murdrift,
yeah.
Yeah, will be the closest.
Is that like a
What kind of
village
city is...
or
I was
a-
going to say, what kind of city is Murdrift? Would we know?
Murdrift is like. It's like a medium-sized city. It's being the closest one to Horizon. It's a pretty it's it's not like a big city. Some of the bigger ones that you would know. You know that Mistburg and Murdrift are the two big ones, with Mistburg being the ones people pass through frequently, going up to Vane and Saffron, and Murdrift is the one that people stop through the most frequently, heading out to other parts of the city or out to the nation. So Murdrift is more of like a it's pretty big for what it is, and it's got like a lot of, because of the nature of things passing through there frequently, it has a lot of like business and commerce going on through there. but it's not like a huge like industrial type city. Like
I was gonna say, would we be able to find supplies to repair
you
the
can
airship?
definitely find supplies there, and stuff, and they there's a good chance there might be stuff there for like repairing airships and whatnot, but. As it's not like a place that like makes airships, doesn't do a lot of that going on
Right.
there. It might be able to repair like smaller size things just for traveling. But if you're looking to repair like a full size airship, there's a much higher chance that you would want to do it at the place that does all the actual work on it. So you know,
And the gold cost of repairing an airship is probably in the tens of thousands, right?
it's very expensive. You've not had to ever repair one, so it's unsure. And this is also like a more unique looking one than most of them. Most of them don't quite look like this, so it was a lot more stylized. So maybe getting it up to just like a functional level where it's safe to fly would be all right. But more than likely, the thing that would be the most expensive to fix will be like the crystal that you have. If it's even possible to have just a random person like fix it, compared to the actual airship itself. But you might still be able to get some other kind of crystal to like power this to actually be functional once it's fixed. But it won't be like quite as how it was before, unless you were able to fix the crystal that was cracked.
So
I
thinking
can
about
spend
this,
my
they
time
do not
focusing on
necessarily
that.
know that we are here. They just know that someone has the other stone.
Mm-hmm. And they said, for your own safety, stay where you are.
But they don't. Okay.
Who said that?
Only on Lacey heard that, so he can interpret that how he wants.
Oh, sorry, I thought it was somebody else.
I don't even
But
know
no.
what that fucking means. No, I'll relay it to the group.
Okay. So everybody
Which doesn't even make
hears
any
that now?
sense.
They're coming then. I think. I'm gonna start working on this green crystal. See if I can do anything with it. I start trying to work with the green crystal. See if I can repair it.
If you don't think you can fix it quickly, then you should be ferry. You're the only one that can ferry people, unless anyone else can pilot that.
Can anyone else pilot?
You might be able to teach them how to, but you are the only one that had any like official training in actual piloting those. It's not like for something smaller like this, it's a little bit easier than something that might be.
I might have some minor
Scar-
knowledge because I'm a
no.
navigator, but not really.
Wouldn't Scar know how to do that? Because he's the helmsman.
Scar is the helmsman. Yep. If
He's probably not in great condition, but
he's not. Yeah, he's not in great condition. But
Yeah, unless we had more healing to pump into him, so he could actually like be functional.
he's gonna get better over time. But like, without some like additional like magical support, he's gonna be not really fit for like combat.
can you pilot the skiff or show one of us how to do it while Smitty works on the crystal?
Yes, the skiff is very easy to pilot. It will be child's play, yes.
Let me 1 second. So I deploy another healing drone and I try and heal him. This is my last spell slot. So I'm gonna pump another heal into my boy over there. Oh, he gets 6 more heals.
Okay, you can see he's like looking better, but he's still like kind of have like a raspy breathing to him still. He's like, yes, it feels much better, but I feel like I would not last long in a fight with. I still have a hard time breathing, so. But, steering the ship is not a challenging thing to do. It comes naturally to me, and I could teach for something like the skiff. It's very easy to learn. It's not.
Does anybody? Go ahead.
I feel very confident that that anybody would be able to learn to pilot that at least in a basic manner, to where you wouldn't cause yourselves any harm in piloting it. You wouldn't be able to outmaneuver anything, although even a skiff might not be able to do it on its own, regardless of your piloting skills. But basically, I can teach. Yes.
Perhaps we move, unless anybody has a better idea, we move people to the nearby islands with the rundown building, and then move with maybe some limited supplies, and then we move them to either the shoreline or horizon.
Is there any safe house here? Scar, do you know of any?
Here, the down here is the safest part of the island.
No,
Why?
not here. Like anywhere else. Do we have any safe house around, like nearby, where we can?
No, this was
Oh,
this until
This is it.
we brought a person here that was able to be found magically. This was, as far as I was concerned, one of the safest places in all of Nova Mistral.
great.
Why, if you don't mind me asking, why are we transporting to another island? They got everything they needed from this place.
That's what I am saying.
They just said to stay where we are. I just relayed the message to you. I do not think they will come back for us.
If they were going, I mean, it is anything is possible as far as I'm concerned with the Empire. But to me, that sounded like more of a threat. Stay where
doesn't
you
like
are, because
sense.
if you come to us to try and get your people back, then we will kill you as well.
That's what I am saying too.
The Empire doesn't like loose ends.
You want to sleep in
I
a
would-
place where they know exactly where we are. I do not
Honestly,
think-
only say I would rather be here where any of our things are here for us to use, whereas we are going to an island with nothing. In a
the-
dilapidated building.
If
we
they
wouldn't
wanted
be
to, if they
on the
wanted to
island with
find,
nothing for long.
if they wanted to find us again, like you may be safe, but they've interacted with the rest of us. And he waves his hand towards, like, not Jessica, but like Grail and Napoleon. Like, I'm sure whatever they used to find this girl, they could use to find us again too. So if we're all in the same place, it's all the same to them. But they didn't meet any of you, so you may be harder to track.
So you're saying that they can use their magic to track you after they've met you.
Perhaps.
I do not know.
I'm not familiar with
wizard.
this type of magic that they use, but judging from the fact that we have never been found before since forming the pirates, and now we bring this person who it sounds like is very sought after by the Empire, and they find us immediately after, I imagine they are able to magically locate people that they're at least somewhat familiar with.
Well, if you, Jessica, and Grail feel that it would be best for you to stay here, then that is up to you. I think we, looking at Tempest, Smitty, and Zaltapa, I think we need to go to, unless any of you have contacts somewhere that can help us, yes. If you're willing to go on this mission.
Scar, like, stretched out. He's like, I can go as long as I won't be expected to fight.
I'm not expecting you to go.
The others will be safe here for now to rebuild. Jessica is able to, while it may not be the best tasting food around, she's able to create enough food for us to be able to sustain ourselves for now. So survival is not a concern. Just if you can find whatever you can and bring back a way for us to leave the island and go out into the world should we need to in the future, it would be very appreciated, because until then we will be trapped up here. Even if it is, we won't have to worry
Is there
about
another-
survival at all.
Speaking of, is there like another skiff Like,
You are
is
not
there another
trapped
one that was
here.
attached to?
We can ferry you to shore with a skiff.
Yes. I'm just saying
They're
if
talking
you
about when we're gone.
if when you we will be fine here for now. There's no need to ferry us if you need to go out and investigate. But if you go out and die and don't return, then it will be it's a different story for us.
Let me see what we can. We have
So
lots of
perhaps
stuff.
it
Here.
is-
Do we have any damaged skiffs sitting around?
I was gonna say because we would have had smaller skiffs because
We
this
have a whole
was the
bunch,
slightly
yeah.
bigger one.
They can all still
Featherfell jump off the fucking island.
Featherfall jump off. Yep. Everybody, not just you guys, but everybody on there that had at least one feather token. And if to be fair, there's a high chance if you go up top once the fire is raged down that you might be able to find a lot of extra ones sitting around now. So there's no way to get down in an emergency, but
And also to Tempest's point, there were multiple skiffs. This was just the bigger one.
Yeah, I'll check out
Unless
the
they're
rest of the
destroyed.
skiffs. I'll check the rest of the skiffs, make sure they're all operational, and we'll get some more people trained.
you can.
Cool.
There are some skiffs that were you only brought one with you, so there are some that are in the hangar bay, like just leaning up against the walls. So you'll have to see. They are all powered by crystals as well, and you only have you'll have to get crystals to power them, or see if you have any that are charged up enough to use them for now. But they do exist in the hangar bay. Yep.
Did they charge off of the bigger one? Is that or how?
Yeah, they have you have enough crystals that you could place them in there, but you don't have things that were powering other things in the island as well. So it's like you were moving them around depending on how you needed them. So you had some operational ones that just needed a power source to be planted in them. And you might have depending on what they're used for around the island, if they weren't like destroyed in the fire. And if they still have enough charge available, you could install them potentially in there, and they could use those if needed. But you'll have to go check the island to see what you have once all the fire is down.
Right. One thing I had wanted to do is go talk to Jessica real fast.
Sure.
Isn't she here with us, or she's still in the middle?
I thought we were
Sure.
separate from the med bay thing.
Yeah, where are you guys talking? Because
I thought we were in the hangar.
I thought we were in the barracks.
I thought we were in the
having-
barracks, then we came up to the hangar.
You guys came out to talk to everybody and relay
because Smitty
everything.
was up here working on the crystal.
We also said we were going to get everybody to come into
Yep.
the barracks, so that's why I'm.
So
Yeah.
they
were
are,
moving people.
They
yes.
are, yeah. Jessica would not be moving people. She helped
Grail
at
would.
first, but then she would let Grail do a lot of the moving anyways. So
Right.
she'd be helping. So if you guys called everybody into the barracks, she would take the opportunity to listen to what everybody was talking about, and while she was also checking on all the patients that she had in the barracks, so she could be in there.
Right.
The idea was that it was supposed to be a group meeting to
Yep.
put everyone's heads together to
Yep.
see if anybody has any contacts anywhere or any ideas on where how we should proceed next.
Gotcha.
Yep.
So after all that, I would want to go both help Jessica because I have a decent medicine as well
Sure.
as talk with her.
Okay. I'm
Sure.
just making sure all the skiffs are operational, making sure they're functioning.
Jessica like relays essentially that she's one of the people that spent like the longest time here, so she hasn't really done much outside in any of the cities for a long time. So while she may have some family members that are still out there, it's been like years since she's seen her talk to any of them.
Right.
But recommends you going to any of the I'm sorry, what? Okay. She recommends going to any of the churches or anything that believes in the faith, and I'm sure anybody there would be trustworthy and can help you with whatever you need.
Great.
I'd be talking, or I'd go over to Jessica and ask her. I'm not sure how seasoned of a cleric you are, but I was wondering if you had the ability to find someone magically like they might have been able to find someone magically?
I can, but its range is relatively limited for us up here. So my ability to locate will help you if you've lost something on the island, but it won't extend down to the surface.
No, I'm talking not about items, but people. About seeing through your god's eyes to where they're located magically.
I'm not strong enough to hold that type of power from Ultima.
Okay. I was just wondering if maybe we could try to scry on one of the others. Or I don't know the word, but find
Right,
one of
right.
the things. So she's like, yeah.
I'm sorry. One of the leaders of the churches in the Horizon, or perhaps even Murdrift, may be able to assist you, but not I.
Okay. And obviously she would offer to help if anyone else needed like extra, because as I said, my medicine's actually pretty decent.
Yep, there
So,
are
like,
a lot
while
of people
she's talking
there
with her,
are
like, she offers
pretty
help and stuff.
stable. She's like she has like created some food and water that she's using in there to help like offer to people so they can eat and drink and use the water to like clean wounds and everything like that.
Right. And then after that, and us doing stuff, she, you know what? She's actually gonna go up and start walking up top to see how the flames are doing, and
The flames are like they're starting to like tone down a little bit as a lot of like the wood and stuff has been destroyed. So it's still up there, but it's not like it raging like it once was.
right.
It's getting pretty late though. You guys woke up, you did your adventure and everything like that. So the sun is starting to set.
Right.
Yeah.
Are you back, Tempest, or are you still up?
She'd probably be like, she probably didn't come all the way down. She's just like kind of standing up there and just feeling like kind of like having a moment, essentially.
Sure. What's everybody else doing? I'm just wondering what, like, Smitty, are you working on are you like engrossed in the gem, trying to trying to fix it, or
Smitty,
Yeah.
he was talking to you.
Oh, sorry, I was reading some stuff. What was that?
are you trying to? I'm just wondering what people are doing.
So I was trying to work on the green. I was making sure that we had some functional skiffs in case they needed to, and make sure that they had their own crystal that could operate them, and then trying to go back to the green crystal and see if I could do any type of repairs to it.
Okay.
And I think I'd know after a little while if I'm actually doing anything to it. Is anything useful?
And Zaltalpa?
I think I'd be checking out that like flask I picked up, that magic one.
Sure.
Trying to see what that is.
Sure. Yeah, you guys spent enough time that you guys can like short rest, identify things. Since you're going to be taking Yep, and you guys are going to like take a long rest shortly, I'm sure. Anyways, so let's see.
If we take a short rest, I'm gonna use a hit die.
Yep, go ahead. It's been long enough now that after everything's been over that you could have been relaxing enough for that.
Okay.
I'm also going to mend my magic armor.
So there is your crystal decanter.
I would have not in the middle of the fire, but like sat down like a little bit into the tunnel to look at the thing that I got to.
Would anyone want this crystal shard of equilibrium?
Oh, cool.
I could load it into my
crystal decanter. That's awesome.
I have a compass on me.
You have the
Where
hat
did this
in
come
your
from?
inventory now.
That came from the captain's quarters.
Oh,
We found it. We figured
it's
we'd
a
give it to you.
compass. Thanks. Just
Well,
a
you were
regular
the one
compass.
piloting. You were the one
Yeah.
piloting.
There you go. It's been identified in your inventory.
Oh, it's actually something. Oh, actually, okay. Does anybody want this crystal shard of equilibrium? Basically,
I
you
didn't
just
even see what it
showcase-
does. I wasn't paying attention to the mechanics.
It
Magical
basically
stuff.
basically lets you transmute spells from one damage type to a different damage type.
Oh, so it'd be really good
Yes.
for Zaltalpa then.
That might be helpful.
Well, there you go. Right. Can I just like drag it and drop it? Let's see.
Assuming I didn't figure Tempest
I'll
casts
drag it to him.
magic. So I don't
No,
know.
I'll do it. Let me. Did it work? Damn it.
Didn't you get a? What thing were you talking about, Tempest?
She found her hat. Yep, that was identified.
Mhm.
Oh, right.
Oh, right. And you need to put this on your weapon, sir. Because I'm gonna. Oh wait, it's on long rest yet. God damn it.
Which
Yeah,
you guys will
don't
be
worry.
doing here in a second once you guys have done doing things you have. You also here we go.
Just remember we're
You
not
fa-
leaving somewhere.
Yeah, you also found some scrolls in there which you can identify. They are there's 4 scrolls: scroll of fly, misty step, create or destroy water, and mirror image. Which I will, if anybody can use those, then I will drag them to your inventory.
Can I put
I
that?
think I can use most of those.
Can I use that scroll on my
Can you
magic
use-
armor?
Wait,
What scroll?
can you use a scroll as
There we
long as
go.
you can cast spells?
It has to be on your spell list. And
What is
if it's a level higher than what you can normally cast, then you have to like make a proper like spell casting ability check to be able to cast it if it's a higher level.
So okay. I'm just wondering with innate spell casting what my spell list is. Is it just the spells that it says there, or
Correct.
Yeah.
well,
Oh yeah, for your speak with animals and
poison spray,
something?
animal friendship, and suggestion? I
Yeah,
can
those
cast.
ones. Yep. I think one of them is restricted to only on snakes, right?
The animal friendship.
Yeah.
Is snakes. Yep. So I didn't know if that would allow me to cast scrolls.
You could cast animal friendship not on snakes if you had a scroll for it. So yeah,
Wait, but how do you? That doesn't make any sense. You can cast. So as a bard, you can cast any spell, even if you don't have it.
just through magical secrets.
Scrolls? I'm. What?
No, a bard can't cast any scroll.
Any
Bard would
scroll
be
that's
the
on a
same.
bard spell list.
Yeah.
Yeah, on the bard spell list. Yeah, it's not. You don't have to know it. It just has to be on your spell list.
Has to be accessible to your class. Are we kind of wrapping up here, though? It is getting late here, too.
Sure. Let me hand out these scrolls.
There's
Is any that you want, Smitty, that you can use?
Oh, sorry. And one was fly. One was what?
Misty Step, create or destroy water, and mirror image. So while most of those are they are above any spell level you can cast right now, if they're on the list, you could still attempt to cast them.
I can't cast any of those things. So it's
Well,
fine.
okay. Over to Zatalpa.
Yeah. Especially mirror image scroll. That's pretty cool.
Okay. You. It gets pretty late. You guys want to take a rest while you wait for the fire to die down?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I was trying to see if what people want to do. So far, no one is.
Well, I definitely think we need to go to the Empire and get them.
Yeah, we need to go after them.
Yeah. I'm just seeing if I could. My thing was like, well, in the meantime, it sounded like we were going to stay here at least a day and then go. But it's going to take us weeks to get there, and by that time, everyone's tortured to death. So I don't know how we're going to get there quickly.
Does anybody have I might have contacts in Horizon that can help.
I don't have any contacts. Not here.
Because we cannot take the skiff. It will be too slow. We will not get there in time. And if we run into any ships, yes, they will run us down.
This compass though is interesting. Um, I just don't know what's command word. So,
You would know, like, if you like
Oh, I would.
identify it.
Ah, well, uh, we can find the captain or that girl very easily. This compass will at least once a day allow me to track where someone is for at least an hour.
So you know, it casts locate object. That
Object.
that
Oh,
has a 1,000 feet distance.
I didn't see the 1,000 feet distance.
Well, it just says it
Yeah,
allows you
locate
to
object
cast a
has
locate object spell. So if you
Oh,
look
yeah,
at the
which
locate
can
object,
only be
okay.
1,000 feet. Yep.
so it will help. You know, once you're like
Once you're
inside the
once-
empire,
okay.
maybe it could help you try and get there.
Yeah, once we get into Aspera, we can use this compass to actually locate the captain. So this compass is pretty valuable.
Yep. Okay, you guys can lock up a long rest. You guys sleep through the night. The fire rages up above until deep into the night until it like burns itself out as there's nothing left to stoke it.
Tempest would have woken up early,
Yep.
and she would have probably rolled out her bedroll like close to the upstairs, as close as she could get comfortably.
Once you go up to investigate, you find like a dozen or so like feather tokens
That's what I was looking
on
for
top
as well,
of other
yeah.
people. So there's a lot of those around. You locate a few of the crystals that are nearby. There is one that was inside of the fountain that looks like it's still functional, a blue crystal. You find a couple of like red crystals around that they use for like fire, for like cooking and a variety of things like that. And there are two of the green crystals that you had used that unsure what they were being used for, but they were in some of the rubble of the houses.
Okay.
And it looks like
So how many of each? She said one blue crystal, two red crystals,
and two green, but one of the red and one of the green look like their energy has been spent. So you have one of each that are still at least semi-active of the other colors outside of yellow.
Yeah, so green, red, blue, and then one of each. Okay.
Yep. And then like an inert blue and red.
Okay.
So there's and Smitty investigated the skiffs. They
Right.
look like they're in proper shape to go. Yours is still good to go too, and it has plenty of energy. So you do have another crystal. So
Okay.
even if you guys leave now, it looks like that they could leave if they need to as well to get down to the surface for whatever reason.
Okay.
If you decide to, you can bring Scar with you. But if not, he can pilot it and take the others down to the surface if they need to. If you leave him back there, if not, he could probably show somebody how to.
With the extra skiff, you mean?
Yeah, with an extra one. Yep, there's a
Yeah,
few.
there is. I knew they had extra, so he just took the quote unquote biggest one.
Biggest one. Yeah.
Yep.
So.
So there are extras, and there is an extra crystal too that can power it that you have found.
Okay, so besides the one that I had found.
Yep,
And,
beside-
okay.
So you have the one for
This-
yours and one extra one that you could do what you want with it.
Is
Right,
Scar
so-
breathing properly now?
Now, he's still breathing shallow, but he looks like he's like in a better shape right now.
I'm just wondering, can I tell if more magical healing went into him, he would feel he could actually breathe properly?
I feel like the only way he's gonna get his lung function back is magical healing.
he
Restoration. Oh shit.
yeah. Jessica can help with that on the following day. She didn't have any magic left to heal.
Well, yeah,
him
I
that
was gonna
day.
say, yeah, the cleric was just spent.
But yeah,
so.
the following day she can swap out prepare like a like restoration spell and try to like heal him up some and
Yeah, for people that have like damage that needs to be magically healed,
Mhm.
and
so it doesn't. She can't really bring back like lost limbs or anything like that. So like Napoleon's out of luck, but like she can the lung wasn't completely ripped. If he had completely lost the lung, but it was just very seriously damaged, so she's gonna be able to patch that up that day. So you see him like she's spreading out the heal. She doesn't want to like just blow all of her spells again on just him because there's a lot of people that need help. But she does
At least the restoration
right.
for his chest.
So
yeah.
she's gonna use that on him and spread out her stuff for everybody over the next few days, along with Grail, to get everybody back up to tip top shape. But he does after she comes over and casts restoration on him. You can see him starting to breathe like a little bit easier.
Okay. I would get up a little early too. I'm going to try to make something so they can help defend themselves a little better if we get surprise attacked again.
Sure, you can
Just
help.
finding
You can help repair.
random-
There was a lot of weapons that were still up top,
Yeah.
mundane weapons. A lot of they got damaged in the fire, but like if you repair like the hilts and stuff like that on the weapons, they can still be in usable form.
Mostly it was like some of the bigger like if we had any ballistas or anything bigger that we would use to fight with.
Those
are the
would have been
types.
those would have, if they had like they don't really have any because it's supposed to look it was just like a little village, so having like giant blisters on the outside would have looked pretty suspicious. Wasn't anything like that was
It was-
around the village.
It's a clouded up villages.
Well, sure, but that was easily explainable. If it's a clouded up village that has all these fucking turrets and whatnot on the outside of it, that would have been like, oh, what the fuck's going on here? They were
because-
fairly confident that anything that would have attacked them, that the crew, that was there, would have been able to fight it off. They weren't expecting a full-on Empire invasion to teleport right inside.
The village
part
is
of
just
it.
a cover.
Yeah, correct.
Can I? Is there anything so I went besides these crystals too. I would have looked at where I would have went back over into the area where I had found like pieces of armor, like Magitech armor type things,
Mm-hmm.
and see if there was anything good looking to bring back to Smitty, because obviously the crystals are gonna be smaller. So I
get
was
all that shit.
yeah.
Sure.
Because I had found pieces of pulled apart Magitech armor. Like, if there's a lot of it, then she's gonna start piling it up in like a area.
It was
stuff.
pretty big. You're gonna have a hard time moving it. So
Hey guys, it's getting late. I gotta tap out here. I will. Thanks for the game though.
Okay.
okay, cool.
That's it.
Just be a little role play stuff.
Have a good night, man.
Yeah, later.
Later.
It is 1 o'clock.
It is. So I get to a point where you guys have figured out what you want to do before we
Is it
call
one?
it.
Kind of.
For them, they're an hour.
For
ahead.
them, yeah, they're an hour ahead of us.
That's so weird that you're an hour ahead of me.
I know, right?
Yeah.
When
The Atlantic Ocean, we live in it.
Yeah, weird ass time. I gotcha.
I mean, yeah, us and.
Are you in your own time zone? Like, who else is in your time zone?
All of us in the Maritimes, other than Newfoundland and Barbados, I think.
Yeah, they're pretty much in their own time zone.
What time zone is it? It's Atlantic time, or what?
Atlantic time, yeah.
I'm
And
just curious since that's
Newfoundland is Newfoundland is the only half-hour time zone.
You're in Newfoundland. You're in where? You're in Nova Scotia, right?
Nova Scotia, yeah.
Anyway,
Sure. You can bring him up there. He can look through the stuff too. He would obviously be.
yeah, basically, I like go back to Swing. I'm like, I know you haven't really find him over by the crystal. She goes, if you want, there's like blown apart pieces of Magitech armor up there in an area.
I'll just drop everything I'm doing, and I'm like, where?
Like,
Where?
ooh, where?
And I
Sure.
go, follow me. And the Magic Armor guy follows me.
Yeah.
Follows me.
So see if you can find
go
any
up- you
pieces
go up
that
there,
might help him.
Yep. You go up there. and You're looking through things. It looks pretty like whatever happened to these things looked like they were fucking destroyed. But
Yeah,
as you're
I
looking
don't
through
know.
it, you're like, You're starting to get some ideas. Like, You're like looking at these broken pieces, and you're looking up at your armor, and you're like, the gears in your head start turning, start getting some ideas for things you might be able to do to like improve your your suit.
Upgrade, yeah.
Like, very interesting ideas. I wonder how they did this and this and this.
So I'll take some of the interesting pieces and I'll just keep them with
Sure.
me
Sure.
to research.
Sure. Yep. Unless you guys decide how to get some ideas right now, like they're just trying to prepare everybody. like the people that were left, Scar and Napoleon, they were not like the fighters on the crew. They were more like
Right.
utility. They did other jobs on the crew. The main ones are missing.
While everybody else is doing their thing today, I am gonna take time to. I don't know if there's dirt above or if it's just all. Is it all stone up on?
Up on
Well,
the
there's
surface
probably
now.
a dirt crust layer, you know.
Yep,
Yeah, is there dirt on top, or?
there's dirt. There was grass. They had like an area that they were growing their own like vegetables and stuff like that.
Okay, I'm
so
gonna-
they
Guessing
had their
that's
own
all
farm.
scorched.
Yeah, it's all
I'm-
scorched now, but
Okay, I'm gonna assume that the fire wasn't hot enough to cremate people, so I am gonna bury the dead.
yep, that's correct. There are still bodies that can be buried.
I'm gonna
100%.
bury.
Right.
I'm gonna basically make a graveyard
Yeah.
on the outskirts of town.
Yeah, that was my next totem of business.
Once when it's noticed that that's like that, Grail will come up and help you too. And
Right.
as people get buried, he'll start like saying prayers for them.
I figured
Okay.
I'd save the prayers for the holy man.
Yeah.
Right.
He doesn't really, unless he's very quiet.
Yeah.
Just kind of
Same.
like internalizing and thinking and strategizing while he's taken care of.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So yep. So what do you guys want to do? You want to go investigate, look for like hit up a Murdrift or Horizon, or go straight to the Empire? Like,
Really quick question, because I don't remember if it was in the note or if it was in something, but there was a reference, or maybe it was what Scar said. I think it might have been what Scar said.
what do you say?
That I didn't write down yet, which was, weren't they taking? So they were taking Tsukuyomi to they're taking her to the capital, or I thought they were taking her to someone in particular.
He specifically said that they were taking her directly to the Empress.
The Empress, and the Empress is
Empress Shemhazai.
Shemhazen. Wait, no, that's Leaders of Magitech. Sorry.
Shemhazai. It's the Shemhazen Empire, but it's named after her, who is the Empress Shemhazai.
Ah, that's what it was. Okay. So but that is in Esper?
a spear. Yes,
Or a spear, sorry.
that is the heart of the Empire.
And that's
So-
where
That's where the
Capital.
Empress would be. Yes, the capital.
Shemhazai is. Okay.
Do we have a map with the Empire or no?
You have a map.
Yeah,
you have-
the
it's
captain
on the-
had one.
Yep, it's on the world map.
No, I meant did you share it in the
Yeah, it's in
Guys
Sky's chat. Up at January 21st.
that doesn't. That's one that has Murdrift Horizon. Oh, a spear. Oh, a
Yep,
spear.
that's
Asper.
Yeah,
Yeah, I kept
Asper.
saying I kept saying Esper. Yeah, Esper is the one that's all the way north.
Yep, it's
So the Empire
basically in
is the
desert.
whole northern. Is Vane part of the Empire?
Vane is not. Vane is part of is that little island there. That's basically Saffron.
Oh, that's where. Okay, yep.
So
That's where the blue the water crystal. The
yep, there's more.
Yeah, Master of the Arcane Arts.
There's more like things around like but this is a map that was made in Nova Mistral, so it has more like cities and names listed on it because they have more information about everything that's there.
Okay, so does the captain's map have anything else? Because I can't remember what this map where we
Yeah,
found
I
this
guess-
map was.
This was
What was-
this is the big one that he has. His
Oh,
map,
this is the one that he has because
his,
that's
his map actually has less on it.
Oh,
'Cause
okay.
it has things on there, but it doesn't really have names listed, so you just recognize what he has.
Got you. Okay.
But the one that you had in like the giant like war room where you like decoded things basically had all this on there.
Okay.
So they're and it's also like not the newest map around either.
Right.
But yeah, there might be some extra settlements around there. You can see like there's kind of like a little oasis thing over in the desert up there, but like it's, who knows if the people who made the map knew what the name was. Who knows if that place even has an official name. It's unsure, but there's a lot more information about the nation that you're in. But also the names, there's only a few names on there that aren't from Nova Mistral, but those are also color coordinated for what nation they're from.
Right. And so basically, like, after they're done, or maybe like while they're digging graves, because who the fuck knows how many they have to dig. So I don't know how long that's going to take. And if they actually found tools to dig with either.
Yeah,
I assume so.
I mean, there's definitely some like shovels that
I was going to say the farmer
repaired.
land area.
Yeah, they might need to be repaired, but the shovel heads themselves are at least going to be still intact.
Yeah, the shovel heads will still be there. Absolutely. Yep. But she'd be like, I think, at least for now, we can stop in Murdrift if we need supplies, but you said you have contacts in Horizon. I mean, I lived in a monastery in the Eyrie. We visited Horizon every so often.
Horizon is going to be month. Murdriff is going to be maybe a week or so, 2 weeks to get there.
No.
Yeah.
No.
If it's as if a sphere is going to take us what? You said it sounded like it was weeks. Oh.
Yeah, to get to Murdriff, it's probably just going to take a couple days.
Couple days. Okay.
Yeah.
So a few, like 4 days to get to Horizon, then maybe a little bit.
Something like that. It'll be to
Okay.
get to the.
Adjust my conversation to that.
Right. But yeah, she's just like, I don't know if the Zen masters or any monks might know from my monastery, but if you have contacts that you know are knowledgeable, then that is all we have for now.
We need a jailbreak.
I do have contacts, yes, in Horizon. I do not know if they can help us, but it's the best thing I have. It beats trying to take a skiff all the way to a spear.
True.
Or at least it's on the way. I do not know how long they will keep them in their dungeons. It could be a long time. They may be there for years. It's possible that they will live longer there and we'll see more problems here if they do something with this crystal light bearer. Or light crystal bearer.
A lot of
However
ifs.
it goes.
A lot of ifs. We need people to help us get in there and break them out. That's what we need.
I think you're missing what my point was that the Empress having this light crystal bearer in her grasp could be very dire for everyone.
If anything.
Outside of the Empire.
If anything, unless I don't know if this would be. So is.
You probably think
is
that
Horizon
what
part of. Sorry, is the crystal bearer religion the around Horizon? I can't remember. So around Ultima. Is that right?
What?
So Logriff,
the
the
divine
leader
light.
of Horizon.
Yeah, it's called the divine light.
The divine light. So she's the leader of Horizon, though, not part of the leader of the divine light, right?
Logriff is a male, and he is the leader of the Divine Light.
He's the lead. Okay. So, Logriff, who, like, I don't know how long you're in Horizon, they say, but do we think he could? I have no idea what I know about Logriff besides him being the leader and everything.
He's
or
the leader of the religion, but he's not the leader of the nation. He's not the king.
Okay.
The king is King Delita.
Okay.
But
We're talking about Novo
Since-
Mistral.
yeah,
we're
no,
talking.
so-
No, Mistral, yeah. And I'm talking about Logriff, who is the leader of the Divine Light, but he is also a light crystal bearer.
the only one that
The
people
only
know.
other one that people know. So she goes, I don't know if we could find an ally in him, or if it could open up a can of worms if we tell him that there is another like him.
I do not
But that is
know
just-
enough about these light crystal bearers to know if they would be
There
at
is only
odds
one.
with one another or.
The thing is, there was only one. Only say.
Publicly, yep. There's
Public-
only one that
like-
was known.
I am a wind crystal bearer, but there was only one known light crystal bearer, and they are so rare.
How
He-
many of your kind are there?
She shrugs. She goes, "We do." She kind of looks like flustered a little bit. She goes,
When I say your kind, I mean crystal bearers of other types.
It's
Are
not
there
like
hundreds, thousands.
Yes, there's thousands of the other ones. While they're not, there's no like, that's not like the majority anywhere. There's still like a decent enough that like, you walking through the cities, you might see like, a couple every day if you're walking around in the busy area. It's not like super common, but it's not like it's
we are not.
Right.
They don't get
We are
treated
not
like
so
I do. When I
rare
walk
that you
around.
can, not find us. You can find us scattered throughout, and crystal bearers do not. We are not constrained by race. Being a crystal bearer is a gift. Usually, she kind of like looks down and frowns a little bit. She goes, upon birth, and it does not like. It is blessed upon one family line. It is. You are if you are touched, it is but random and
And in fact, there is another crystal bearer, an earth crystal bearer that is on the island too, and he's a kobold.
okay, yeah. So it's
On
like,
our island?
Yep.
but she's just trying to explain that it's not like, if you have a crystal bearer in your family, it's not guaranteed that
Correct.
there will be another one. It's just,
So
it's,
there's only one known light crystal bearer, yes?
yes.
So
Of
that
the
is
other
either-
elements, there are many, but of the light, there was only one known.
So that is
when we
either
found her-
because that is either because the others do not know that there's another one, or those in power of such knowledge do not share it or keep it quiet, or make sure other people do not know it.
Would I know from my very limited knowledge, or I would bring this up, while we're talking too, like, do we know if kind of like Logriff, does the church the of the light kind of like they're not really associated with the capital, the center of the capital type thing, like they don't really mix, maybe?
The religion.
Yeah.
Are the church and state close? Is what she's
Are the
saying.
are the church and state close? That is a way
Is it like the
simpler.
Vatican?
Right.
They used to be, but in
Do
more
they
rec-
have like a known like separation, like they don't
in,
like each other?
in more recent time, Logriff has become so liked by the people and so like powerful with the religion there that he is considered to be more powerful than the king himself, who has started to become like. Now that has caused a divide now where the king has like it's almost like he fears for his like
It threatens his power.
yeah it threatens his power, so it not they don't play quite as safe together as they used to because of that.
Are the Church of the Divine Light, are they known to be a benevolent religion, or are
Right.
they like?
That's what I'm
are
also trying to
they-
like understand too. a
Are
little.
they fucking old school?
They don't like me.
They are.
smite people. Like, are they?
They can be they can be old school. Like no other religion outside of the one that that Tempest follows as well is allowed. And the religion that follows Siren is only allowed because Siren is viewed as subservient to Ultima.
Right.
So the,
Wait,
and
so
while,
Ultima's the
So
Divine Light.
Ultima is
are-
the
are-
light god. Yeah.
Well, okay, so our cleric Jessica and our paladin Grail are both worshippers of the Divine Light,
Ultima.
Yes,
Yes. Mm-hmm.
and their order, the Church of the Divine Light, is not very open to other religions. Is what you're saying?
They
correct.
don't. They basically see their god as the ultimate god, but they also see my god, which is
Like-
the Siren, as a
Subservient. to-
subservient deity to
Sure.
Ultima,
Now, are they okay? Now,
because she is a
and-
deity
and-
of the wind.
and this is me asking just public knowledge, not
Mhm.
obviously I don't have a really strong religious background in this character, but are they publicly known to be like, if you don't worship the Divine Light or Tempest religion, that you're a heretic and they're burning you at the stake?
No,
or...
no, they don't. You can be like unaffiliated with a religion. It's when you're like out there like trying to talk about how like your God is the real way and the true whatever.
So other
that's when they start.
preachers,
So and
do
there
they,
are
do they kill them, or do they just fucking shun them? And discredit
there
them.
hasn't been like any open public knowledge of like executions from that happening, but some people have just disappeared.
okay, gotcha.
So and there are some other people like there is a group of like shifters in Horizon that kind of follow like a deity that is like a lycanthropy style like moon goddess or whatever, but they've never like challenged anything, and they just kind of are left to their own because they don't like openly go around and like recruit anybody or whatever. It's just them like worshiping this like moon god
They
basically.
keep a low profile.
Yeah. So they
Gotcha.
keep to themselves in like this specific district in Horizon, and they don't really bother people. So for the most part, they're left alone, even though they're like scoffed at by most people.
So, but this other Logriff. So
Logriff, the leader of the
the Divine Light
the High Ultima. Sorry. Yeah.
in Nova Minstrel. He may already know of this other Crystal Light Bearer and does not want her to be known. Or maybe he doesn't know about her. We don't know.
Has Jessica, or maybe if we ask Jessica or Grill, if they had heard of Sigurd, the name Sigurd before?
You could ask. You haven't mentioned anything
Yeah.
about that yet.
Since me and Onlese are digging graves, and I would stop and like once, maybe at a point, and Grail and ask him, and wait once he's finished with whatever prayer for whatever body's at, wait for the pause between, and then ask him like, Grail, of the information we collected, have you ever heard of the name mentioned, Sigrid?
It is not a common name, but I don't know of any significant individual going by that name. Why do you
Okay.
ask?
Because apparently Sigrid was, of what we gleaned, a person, a woman. I think that it was mentioned that they were female.
It was.
That was protecting the small child, the small girl that we had found.
Tsukiyomi.
Tsukiyumi. Yeah. Tsukiyumi. Yomi.
Tsukiyomi?
La, 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 la.
Tsukiyomi.
Tsukiyomi. Yeah.
Tsukiyomi. Okay.
And she was protecting her. But when we found this girl, obviously she was aboard a ship that was being transported. So they had apparently taken care of this Sigrid. Have you heard of either of these names? Sigrid or Tsukiyomi?
I have not. Both of those are very interesting names,
Exactly.
but nothing nothing as in the divine text mentions anything about them.
What about another? What do you know of light crystal bearers? Because, you know, she was one. The small child was one. The crystals in her were, of the light crystals.
Yes, I did not want to speak openly on that. That is, as I'm sure you know, there has never been another public light crystal bearer
Since Logriff.
since Logriff, correct?
Right.
But the key word there is public. They,
True.
who knows if they have existed? Logriff, he has tried very hard to live up to his mother's legacy. Perhaps the being a light crystal bearer is something he has clung to make him special. I would never speak this out loud in a public space, but it is only it's only a possibility.
Do you know? I, you know, since Grail is a man of Ultima,
Mm-hmm.
sorry, a Warforged of Ultima, um, she goes, is there any, you know, texts that you have read or come across about, like, just around light crystal bearers and, like, since I am but a wind crystal bearer, I am more common, but is there like a story behind why light crystal bearers are so rare?
There's nothing in the text about them. The only time that they are even mentioned in passing, as of recently, is with the existence of dark crystal bearers. There can be no dark without light. So one must. The theory that they exist must be something. So it wasn't until Logriff that the prophecy, as they say, was fulfilled.
What prophecy is that?
The prophecy that with darkness there must be light. Without light there cannot be darkness.
So do we know? Does the text? Forgive me. Is there text stating of certain dark crystal bearers in the world? Named?
You would know. The Empress is a dark crystal bearer.
Well, besides the Empress, I guess.
There are some. They're basically drow, and there are some that exist in only you pretty much only see them exclusively in the Empire, unless they're out on like Empire business.
Oh, okay. So there are more known to be dark crystals, but very few, i.e., like one, quote unquote, light
publicly known light crystal bearer.
Right.
There are more dark crystals, and you don't see them very often though. They are normally like under the employ of the Empress, and she like uses them a lot for like assassination missions and really sneaky things due to their nature, their connection to like darkness in general. They can do a lot of like espionage missions and stuff.
Great.
Right. So dark crystals have only been seen in Drow.
Yeah, only in Elvins. That makes their
Drow.
skins like dark. So there's no Drow. They're just Elven dark crystal bearers, but they get skin that is dark like that when they become that.
But they would still have visible crystals as well.
Correct.
Got you. Okay.
What was that Onlay say?
Grail, would you know of any reason why the Empress would want the light crystal bearer? Her being a dark crystal bearer.
There has been, as there is only one light crystal bearer in Logriff, the Transcendent, there's been no connection between them, and there's been no connection through the other crystal bearers as far as anything has had. wind and earth, fire and water. They seem independent of each other. Just connected to the crystals. They're, as far as anybody knows, there is no dark crystal that we have seen. But at least publicly, there is the light crystal of the goddess Ultima that is located up in the Eyrie.
But what I am saying is there anything that you can think of why she would go to such great lengths to capture this woman, who is also a light crystal bearer?
I've no. Perhaps there's a connection with Logriff. Perhaps not. There's many mysteries around both the light and dark crystal bearers. The light being very rare, and the dark having no known crystal association with them. It's one of the mysteries that, at least to the public.
I wonder why. I wonder why. Yes, why the captain would jot a note saying that she must be rescued.
It's very strange, as members of the faith, that these are unanswered questions, and yet the captain, he was a very important man in the military, and high up member. He has a lot of connections, and I'm sure he maintains those connections. It was not really, we don't really know why he left the military either. There's a lot of mysteries around his past, and he just shows up one day also with this crystal that he's used to power everything. There's a lot of things that he...
Unless
that
he
about
raises
him.
an eyebrow. Perhaps he never left.
Perhaps. He very, very rarely does he seem to cause issues for the Nova Mistral Air Force. Which are called, the Air Force is called the High Winds. He will, if supplies are needed, he will take what he needs, but he always seems to focus on the Empire vessels. So anything is possible, I suppose. It would make sense. I'm not sure where else he would get information like that, and why he would know about her if if he is very frequently seen up here. He's not gone for long if he is. I don't like to think of him as somebody who keeps secrets, but if secrets must be kept to protect us, then I can see that happening. I'm sorry, I am but a man of the faith, and I have not left this island in a while.
Yes, still worth discussing. Perhaps with anyone else in Tempest, you might know this as well. You've been here for years. Anyone else be able to go through? He pulls out the ledger. This with me to see if any of these names in this ledger that the captain had could possibly be contacts of his. Yes.
You've been here long enough, and you've been on a lot of the missions, so
Mhm.
it's possible that you might know of some of them.
Yeah, because I was just going through my my timeline, how long I've been here, because I kind of forgot.
Like, I don't know who the most senior people are that might.
My
have
sister
an
was
idea.
the most senior person,
Yep.
and she technically found her.
And she's captured right now.
Yes,
Anyaz is missing,
Anyaz.
yep.
So
Anya's,
30
I
years.
keep forgetting Anya's just at the.
Yeah, 30 years prior. The crew's been around for 30 years from the very beginning. She found her. Anya's found her Tempest 35 years ago. 10 years later. So yeah, she's been with the crew like
So Tempest is
20
probably the
years.
next person that's been with the crew.
Maybe with a couple other people. Yeah, like maybe like Galleon and Balion and stuff. Like she's up there. She's like probably been around for
We
about
should go through this
20.
and see if we can
3.
figure out if there's any contacts in here, or perhaps in any of his military writings that we could use to discuss or reach out to.
Okay.
Sure.
Basically, he would just start reading names to her then, I guess.
Sure. You guys can sit down and go through it. There's a lot of information in there about just anything that they've done, like a lot of like just ledgers for the loot that they found, what they did with it, where the money that they've spent and everything like that for tracking purposes. And then you see in there as you're just going through it, you see a little note that says, "Speak to Aspen in the Dry Crow, and ask for an extra dry high potion."
Sorry, Aspen and the Dry Crow.
In the Dry Crow, yep, and it says, "Ask for an extra dry high potion."
This was in
Do
the
I
journal?
know? Do I recall where the Dry Crow was? Like what city / when? Like he's just reading backwards.
In the context of it, it's a little. It was like there's a lot of like official writing in there or whatnot for what they've done, and in the section where he's describing some business, just like buying and selling of stuff while he was in Horizon, there's a section where it looks like it was scribbled to the side as like a note to insert in the middle of this whole thing that has that written there as like a side note.
So this is in which?
In Horizon.
This is you can assume because of the text surrounding where this is located, where it's just a lot of business that he had done in Horizon. That it's probably located in there as well.
This is in the, but this is in the ledger, or is this
in the ledger? Yeah.
Okay, that's what it was.
There's some little handwritten notes off to the side of things, but most of it is more like looks like it might be doing some like quick math or some changes and things that he might have made mistakes along the way while he was doing it. This is the only one that has like this little side note where he's giving more directions.
Said speak to Aspen and the Dry Crow and ask for an extra dry high potion.
Yep.
Correct.
Okay.
Well,
now we have
that's a
somewhere
lead. Good job. Also, kind of curious, she would have taken some time to count the coins in the humongous bag.
So split between the bag and what you found
small
in the room.
bags,
There's a variety of stuff in the room.
Right,
so
right.
you have about like we have 11 platinum, 765 gold, 1,253 silver, and 612 copper.
Is it
okay, I have all that written down.
Is it is it 100 gold per platinum or 10 gold
Yes.
per platinum?
Yeah,
It's
each
10 gold per
10.
platinum.
It's each jump is 10. So like 1 platinum, 10 gold, and
So that was like 110 gold worth of platinum.
This is 110
Right.
gold with platinum. Okay.
yeah. So
Is platinum? I should ask. Is this a high? This world is it? Is there a lot of money going around, or is it like everybody's poor as fuck? Like, what's the average room in like Horizon cost for the night? Talking like
so in
copper,
Horizon,
gold,
in Horizon, if you're like there's like the slums, there's like middle. So if you're doing like an average like
middle class.
middle class average.
Yeah, it's
not
gonna be
slums.
like 5 copper per room.
Oh.
For middle class.
For middle class, you can get like
Okay.
1 or 2 copper if you're doing like the slums.
Okay,
Ooh.
so 11
yeah.
platinum is a lot of money then.
Yeah, it is.
So having a lot of gold is a lot of money.
Right. So
This is
yeah,
a good
she-
amount.
just to put this in perspective, like if I were to like fathom a guess, what would the treasury of Nova Mistral have? Hundreds of millions of gold, tens of millions of gold, billions of gold, trillions.
It's that's a good. I would say because to like
basic economics, not.
to-
I mean, I don't know the details,
Right.
obviously. Just,
so to like again to like repair, if you were to like fully repair your airship and
There
a
you go.
crystal and stuff
There's
like
a
that,
question. Yeah.
It would
Especially if we're
probably,
checking the ledger about past.
Right. There, yeah,
repairs.
you have some ideas in there and stuff. So if you're with the amount of damage you have right now to the airship itself, you're looking at like a solid like 5,000 gold to repair it. But the crystal is a lot harder to question. But depending on the skills, you're looking at upwards of like 10,000 gold to repair the crystal itself. So judging from that, the size of Nova Mistral itself, if you were to combine like maybe like the capital itself and all the money that like the divine light has too, you're probably looking like billions of gold.
billions of gold. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So they're
For them.
and are they the richest nation, or we don't even have any clue? Or
Almost certainly they are the richest nation, just due to the nature of like the religious aspect of it too. The technological advances of the empire are very, very great too, but they're in a very different way. So it's hard to say. It would be hard to say how much they have, but they, if you were to ask like Smitty, always seem to be a lot of like slum type areas in the empire that weren't in the direct inner part of a spear on the outskirts, and even like there's way more slums than like middle ground areas or anything like that. Saffron seems very nice as well, but it's a lot smaller, and it's and Smitty would also know plenty about Boulder Watch as well, and they probably pull in still a ton of money there too, because of they have access to all the rarest and most powerful metals exclusively, so I'm sure they're probably pretty lucrative as well. But
which nation are we talking about? Sorry.
that was Vogfelder, with the capital being Boulder Watch over in the mountains with the Earth crystal.
So is that the dwarven?
Yeah, that's where most
That's
of
the
the
dwarven.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So they have a lot of. They're like a huge
Yeah.
mineral resource. Like
Imagine like
mithril and
Iron
gold
Forge.
and yeah. I got you.
So yeah, they have so other places have access to some of the nicer metals, but like the highest tier things I found, especially like celestial steel, I found like exclusively in like the mountains of Vogfelder.
Someone.
Is this a lot of money? What we found in the captain's quarters?
It's a decent fucking amount, yeah.
Is it though? Like with how much shit we've taken in over the last 6 months that I've worked here?
Overall, when you go through the ledger, it does have payouts to other people and whatnot. So like you can tell that like the money that you found in the barracks from what the other people have had, like more than likely they were blowing their money on whatever it was.
Right.
So if you're counting up, there's a lot of money that is unaccounted for.
Anybody go to Dunes one?
There was no.
You probably don't want to go
no,
into Dunes.
Yeah.
You probably don't want to go into Dunes room unless you can fucking find and disarm traps.
This is less than a couple thousand gold, right? There's not even a couple thousand gold here. Total.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's close to about 1,000 once you take all the silver into account.
Yeah, if you take the silver into account,
That's 125 gold, basically.
It's 125.
It's about 1,000 gold total,
Yeah,
right?
it's about 1,000 gold.
So
Yeah.
where did the captain get a 5,000 gold? Well, 5,000 gold to repair the ship. How much would the ship cost? How much would an airship like this cost? Period. Like, or the crystal. The crystal costs 10,000 gold to repair.
Mhm.
Right.
Is it 100,000 gold to buy an airship crystal? 500,000 gold? Like,
I'm sure you haven't really ever gone to try and buy something like this before.
I'm gonna run it by Smitty at some point. I'm assuming we're not having a real
Yeah. This is
conversation.
this is like
over the course of the night.
this is like crystal. Like when Smitty will basically like he's seen crystals before that power like ships, but he's not really he's seen things from the Empire from when he was training there, and they build their airships very differently than how Nova Mistral does, since they
Right.
are siphoning energy from other things. So he's never really seen a crystal that's like this before, and it seems very unique. Nobody knows really where the captain got it from. He just showed up one day with it, and then he would never tell like a direct
Here's a-
story about how he got it.
Here's a question: does it say in the ledger where he had his repairs done on the ship?
He does.
Or-
He says that the repairs in the ship were done at the high winds, like so at the actual Air Force base still.
Oh,
That is interesting, given that we're technically wanted.
pirates.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that kind of answers my previous question, my previous thought, or it
Right, right.
doesn't answer it necessarily, but
Yeah,
But
I mean it's
gives it
it's
credence. right?
putting some solidness to it. Tempest would look at it and like say too, like after we're kind of like done interrogating Grail, then we're going through the ledger and everything. She goes, "We should probably go to Jessica as well. Jessica's been here longer than Grail has, and she was actually one of the first people that were here."
Agreed. Yes. Would you? I don't know if Smitty's with us or if he's fucking working, trying to work on the crystal.
I'm probably working on stuff. Crystal.
Yeah,
defenses,
well,
all
I had
kinds.
brought him up into the area to get his magic pieces of armor stuff too.
So I'm doing shit with this. Oh, no.
Yeah, so we probably passed by him on the way to Jessica, but
You've also like I know you're working on the crystal, but you've also seen very minor imperfections in the crystal be fixed by Senya.
I was gonna say Senya's more of a natural crystal, knowledger.
So
Does it-
and she uses some kind of magic that you like. She's like whispering and speaking to the crystals and chanting and doing something as to fix any of the imperfections that she's done. But you've never seen her fix something as big as this.
Yeah, so
Does it mention a dock number when they were on the repairs or anything like that? An indication of who did the repairs? Name.
It does mention a dock number. It gives dock number 137.
But no name or anything.
Nope. It just says like repair at dock 137 of the high winds, like base.
Oh, another potential lead.
do we want to speak with Jessica?
Yes. And Peach, side note, I guess we should chat out my contact. Is it in
Mhm.
Horizon or maybe that's or
Yep.
is it in
Your contact
South-
is in
right.
Horizon. That's you did a lot of work in Horizon's a pretty big place, so it could be in a lot of parts of it. But it was a criminal contact that you had from your days while you were working at the Air Force. Who knows where it might have. We can talk about where it had come from or when you got it, but
Okay.
it's always
Or
good.
at the okay.
It's always good to have contacts along the way, even if it was your job to do something. Maybe a guy was doing something bad, but for the right reason or something, and you decide anything like that. We can talk about that later. But
And do I have any contacts in the high winds left? I don't know how long. I forgot how long I've
Yeah.
been.
yes, you do. You have at least one family member that is still
Okay.
in the high winds.
All right.
Okay.
You going to talk to
You
Jessica?
go to talk to Jessica.
Right.
Yeah. Yes. Can I help you? You can see her basically somebody who's still really fucked up. She's basically spoon feeding them.
I had wanted to ask if you had heard the girl that we had brought to you. we had found in the captain's quarters reference to this girl and her name and a protector. I know you were here before I was, along with my sister. But so the name of the girl that was mentioned, obviously you did not recognize her, but her name was mentioned as
Tsukiyomi?
Tsukuyomi,
Hmm.
and Sigrid was her protector. Have you heard of these names before? Whether in text of Ultima or
You can
just
see, like, she's like, no, I've never. And they see her stop and are like thinking, and she's like, I'm sorry, this is very unrelated, but it just occurred to me. I haven't mentioned. Tsukiyomi woke up while she was with us,
she did.
and almost immediately after the fighting began. Everything was happening. I didn't connect those two things together.
What-
I wonder if her consciousness is what allowed them to pinpoint here. She woke up and I heard her speak her name, and then the fighting started.
Her own name?
Yes, I asked her who she was, and I heard her name, and then the loud explosions and bangs from the surface, and that's all we spoke.
Is that how you said? I know you don't know how to locate people with the scry, but do you know of essentially the magics behind it? Of do they have to be conscious? Can you find someone that is in slumber?
I know of the concepts of the spell, but I don't until I've been able to grasp it. I'm unsure of the details. I would have to learn through experience.
Right.
Those
I was
beyond
just
my training.
right. Okay. Well, so I'm guessing then you have never heard of this.
I've not heard of
Sigrid.
I've not heard of the Sigrid.
Just in passing conversation from the captain, or okay.
No, I've not. I've not heard of Tsukiyomi either. So if this is somebody that the captain was aware of before, he's keeping that very close to the chest.
I mean, you said that you heard her say that name, but that name was scrawled in a note inside of his ledger in his quarters.
That's definitely the same person, but how he knew of her before and why he told us that mission that you went on was supposed to be just getting repair kits when he must have clearly known otherwise, I don't know.
I will say that it mentioned that he did not. It seemed he knew of her, but he didn't expect her to be there. And sorry, remind me. Sigrid was mentioned because Scar said that the name was mentioned.
Correct.
Okay, and what Scar told me that he overheard said that they yelled something about Sigrid that was protecting her, and they said that she was strong but not.
And
Able to.
as you know, because Onlase told everybody, I believe, in the notes he found on the ship, the mission documents, they specifically mention fighting her protector and using Doom on her there as
Protecting
well.
and using Doom, yeah. I guess, and we were talking to Grail about this, but I don't suppose you would know anything, whether in knowledge or in texts, that would make it my understanding that obviously the only other light crystal bearer was Logriff.
As
But-
far as we all know, that is correct.
But why does that? Because she was taken to the queen.
The Empress, yes.
The Empress should. Why the Empress would like the Empress? Has the Empress ever tried to, or I guess I would know this before I ask her. Has the Empress ever tried to go against slash capture? Like, has Logriff ever essentially?
I mean, the
They have gone
Empire,
after him as the.
they have,
monarch.
as far as you know, they have not. I mean, the Empire scuffles with like every nation.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Frequently, never on like a large scale, or at least not anytime recently on a large scale. But it always seems like they're, you know, trying to attain crystals of other nations for obvious reasons.
Right.
So
So, do you know of any type of thing where the Empress was trying to, capture Logriff? Or
I have been living on this island for a very long time. What happens in the world, we don't get a lot of the news up here. So it has not happened before I came here, and if it's happened afterwards, I am unaware.
I guess. Well, I know you have been up here quite long, and I would know because I've
Yep.
been here for
Uh-huh.
25
Yep, she's been here
years
for
or
a long
so.
time. And I'm not granted any divine visions or anything, so you would probably know as much as I would of what
Okay.
happened in the last 20 or so years.
Right. Do I know where Jessica came from? Did she come from Horizon?
She is from Nova Mistral. You don't know if like Horizon's a hometown or where in Nova
okay.
Mistral it is, but she's a native.
Gotcha. Okay. Ba-ba-ba. I guess that's it.
Okay.
Yeah, I knew that Grell, well, Grell stayed there too. She also stayed there because she's the main healer.
Yep.
So
Will
But-
you be going out to Horizon?
that's
Yes.
where Onlese and I hail from one of the monasteries in the area. That's where we think that we have the most connections, and also we've found a few things in the captain's ledger that at least are leads to look into.
If you go,
Yes.
just pay attention to the public news coming from the Empire. When they like to execute people, they like to make it very public affair. So if they are going to do anything with the captain, and if they want to make it known that it is a power play on their part, then it will be known publicly. So there is a chance that if they are going to make this a public execution, that you will be able to know the time when it happens.
Right.
So pay
That
attention.
is good advice. Yes, they could also fake it.
They could fake it. They might not even want to make it publicly known. But judging from the fact that these were pirates, I doubt they would fear angering a nation by doing a public execution. So it is possible that they would do this. It's just a possibility. So for the captain's safety, I recommend keeping an eye open for any news coming out of the Empire about executions or anything like that.
Good advice.
How many? This is more for my information, I guess. So there's the Empire, which is just Asper.
That's the capital, but their whole nation expands basically to the wall. They have the whole desert, and the jungle area is like part of their. Technically, it's part of the Empire.
Okay, so the Empire is all that peninsula up there, all the way
Correct.
where
What's
the
the
yellow
frosty
touches.
place?
That
We
is
don't know.
that's called the Dreaded Emptiness.
Oh, okay.
That is the location of the gate originally that opened up into
Right.
the Promised Land.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And then that was also the location of the the war when it first happened. And once the gate closed and went away, it started all the like magical energies of the area started getting drained away, like basically towards the gate. And so they built up these like magically enchanted walls to stop whatever kind of like magical like draining or what that was happening. They're not really sure what was happening. They built these walls up to contain it so it didn't keep leaking out and like destroy the whole continent.
Right.
Do we actually see that little like mountain, not mountain, but hill in the woods with the entrance that's on that map, or is that
like some type of cave?
That little mountain, that was the location of the gate.
So
Oh,
that's
okay.
marking where the gate is. Gotcha.
Yeah, that's basically
Okay.
Okay. And
Wait,
so
then
basically from this map,
what's the building then all the way over to the west?
the giant like keep. Yeah, that's that is like
Secret.
yeah, that was like a a giant keep that was it's from a long time ago. It used to be part of the empire as well, but
And
that
they
was-
walled it up. They said never go.
well, they
over
walled it
there.
off, and also the wall is keeping the empire separate,
right.
I guess.
Okay.
Keep
Um,
It
retreats
used to
there.
be. It used to be like it used to be part of the empire. So while Aspire was always the capital, that was kind of like a secondary like big like keep like area for the empire that now they've had to abandon. And really, nobody really knows what happened to it after that. They just closed off the walls and just like wrote off anything that was happening on that side of the wall, and just assumed
that-
it was all destroyed.
That giant wall is still protecting the land from getting magic drained from it, or
It stopped once it hit the wall. It stopped at the wall because of the magic, and nobody really knows like if you would remove the wall, if it would continue to go on, or if it has been stopped because of the magic. But they know
I
that's
was
what's
wondering
holding
if
it back right now.
there's any rumors of people traveling beyond that magical wall in any
Right.
recent history.
There are. Yeah, if you.
I do have that history book that I would pull out. and
We
give
can
to
ask
you.
around. We can ask.
You,
around.
you, can, you can
Ask
ask around, yeah. Like, you guys are curious about it, and maybe you can ask.
I'm
around,
assuming,
or if
like-
you ever go to like Tempest Mire, maybe people there.
I was
that
gonna say
are close
Tempest
by.
Mire or Vane might have some rumor mill type of thing.
Yep.
Okay.
Right.
So this land is not that huge. This continent,
Yes, correct. This is so people
not by airship anyway.
not by airship, and people have not been able to travel beyond the continent. So as far as they know, this is the world, because the airships they function based on the wind crystal's magic, and if you get too far away from like the area, the main wind crystal of influence, they start losing the magic, and the travel distance is limited. And same for
Do we
the
know where
Empire,
the
who siphons their magic for flying.
What about a
is
regular?
it public
boat?
knowledge of where a main crystal is?
Yes, the main wind crystal is located in Horizon.
Okay, in Horizon, correct.
What about a regular boat? Like, do we have
There are
regular sailing
yep,
vessels?
there are regular sailing vessels.
And nobody's pulled a Christopher Columbus and tried to.
People
edge.
people have gone out. Vane is
And-
the one that has the most control over the water and whatnot. But once they leave their lock in there, that influence is not as strong. So there are very like the rumors of extremely like powerful like sea creatures lurking out in the waters beyond is very strong rumors about them. So
But no country has actually sent like a actual like
no
navy.
there's been they have sent people have sent boats out to travel, and none of them have come back in one piece.
like a boat or fleets of boat. Like I would imagine a
Nobody
city
has
that
sent
has-
nobody has sent like a full on like naval fleet out to investigate, because the people that have the strongest like influence in the water is Vane, and they're not interested in going beyond where they have the influence of their crystal.
Huh.
And the navy, like while there is a navy for like Aspire and Horizon, they're not like their main forces, right? So they
Right.
they
They just
want
are just
they
looking
have
for
sent out
resources.
before, and there is always people who are like wanting to make expeditions out there, but they as is the case, you have to acquire funding and get people that are willing to invest in things like that.
yeah.
And so
I'm
far,
just
that's
wondering
not
what-
been something that they're interested in doing. Especially when
nobody-
they're surrounded by like with the empire nearby. If there was ever a point where you're gonna invest a ton of your like manpower and influence and whatnot into doing this, and then it all became, you just lost it all, that would be a weak point, and nobody's willing to like make themselves vulnerable at this time to try and go and explore.
Interesting. So nobody's pulled a spade and sent out, so like, you know,
Nope.
a couple dozen ships to.
Nope,
I would
there's been some that have
Interesting.
gone out, and every time like even some like big powerful ships have gone out, not like a huge fleet, but you
And
know,
they just
maybe
didn't
like two or
return.
three, they've returned, but in pieces with nobody alive. So like the wreckage of the ships have come back.
Had they wait, does the ocean currents come right back to this main
Not
continent?
it occasionally doesn't come back like
Okay.
immediately, but you
Okay.
know, years down the line you might find wreckage and you find pieces of it and be like, oh, this was from
Some of
whatever.
this I
Yeah.
got you.
And there's enough like symbols on them
What
that
is
you can be like,
how long is our known history, like the general known history? Obviously, people that are historians will have more detailed, but like, how many years going back is our known history? Like that the average person with a 12 intelligence would know. Like, do we have records going back thousands of years, hundreds of years?
so it was the history of the known world wasn't kept track of very well before before
What about
the gate
post-drought?
originally opened.
Okay.
Okay.
So
And
the
that was
gate
how long ago was that?
the gate has been for at
It's-
least 1,000 years.
1,000 years. Okay. That's a long time. I mean, that's
And then the drought was the war, right?
Yeah,
Because it's
drought.
currently it's 185 PD. I'll look at my notes here. Yeah, it's 185 PD right now.
but that was
Yeah.
1,000 years ago that was built.
PD
Yeah,
is
that's a lot.
post drought.
Yeah, post drought.
Yeah.
Is when the war was the war of.
That is a long time ago. I mean, for the if you think back.
Yep.
We don't have, only people that study history have really good knowledge of 1,000 years ago. Like, and that's
Yep.
just collected over time. Like,
I know some stuff.
I know, but you know that because of the education you received from hundreds of, or if not thousands of people collecting information over years and putting it together in libraries. And
Correct. I'm
what I'm
also 125 years old. So.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were meant in real life. I thought you were.
Oh
talking
no!
about
Yeah.
Like, I thought you were saying unit stuff. Because I'm saying because you were educated.
Right. Otherwise,
I,
you know, we wouldn't know. That's why it's kind of like that here too. Like even the maps that you have right now are only limited to like what's in your nation. Like it's hard to get information about the other places because they're not like sharing it as much. So you kind of
and
have
there's not
some.
a lot, and there's really no, like, you can't go to the Great Library of Horizon and find information from before 1,000 years ago. Like that, it's just
Correct.
not there, right?
There,
Like,
there's. I mean, there are, you know, to be told that there is great libraries that exist that are not accessible to the public and whatnot. So there could be very well information from a long time ago, but you know,
But that's
each nation
yeah.
is writing their
So-
own history to make themselves, you know, look as
So
good as possible.
if Tempest brings out the book of history that she found, specifically the one that was like embossed and blah blah blah, and the
Sure.
history of Horizon actually.
That's the history of Horizon told from the point of view of Horizon. So how
Okay,
accurate
yeah.
that
Well,
is-
she didn't know. She just know
How
that.
great they are.
right.
Right.
yeah,
So
history books are written by the victors. You know.
exactly.
Yeah. Is there an ongoing war right now?
There's not an ongoing
No.
war right now. Like I said,
Okay.
there are much smaller scale skirmishes, and that is mostly for either just to defend borders, but it's mostly from the Empire because they rely heavily on having access to the crystals to gain all of their magical might. And while they do, in fact, they do trade to get them, you know, legally.
given
and
where-
stuff.
Yeah.
What was the battle? It was the Battle of
Braze.
Braze. So the Battle of Braze was like 20. Wait, wasn't super long ago.
The Battle of Braze. Yeah, that was.
I don't remember if you wrote notes on it, if I wrote notes on it.
I mentioned it because that was where it was in Daldane's section because he fought at the Battle of Braze.
Ah, that's right. Yeah.
That
Okay.
was during a border war between the two of them. There is a little mine down there, and in there was a ton of wind and earth crystals, and other things that were happening down there as well, and it ended up causing like a border war.
So-
And how long was that ago again?
Yeah, that was about 20 years ago.
The Battle of Braze was about 20 years ago. That was a bigger skirmish slash
Not
fight.
not really a war. That
It wasn't a war, but it was a large fight. The Battle of Braze was a large
correct.
fight. Yeah, and that was 20 years ago.
So having just on a side note, where have we been raiding a lot of these Imperial ships?
So the Empire still has, but they do business like legally. So they do fly through. They are legally allowed to fly through the airspaces of Nova Mistral and the other places if they have the proper paperwork,
and stuff,
right?
So
That's something that
but-
you'll know too. If you were to try and like legally enter like a spear, you would need to get like the correct paperwork to be allowed in.
and would it be done via airship, or is there boats that go across from the channel?
Could be either. They have their own airship, like Air Force, basically. Even though the way that they construct their airships are very differently than how Nova Mistral does.
Oh,
there
so
ferries, though,
the
like
Empire. Okay, so it's not like super hostile. Like we shouldn't even try to go over there type thing. It's like
not a closed border. Like
It's
they
not,
it's not a.
it's not slow.
merchants
You
and
do
stuff.
need like a paperwork and a permit or anything to get in there.
Or you
No.
need to know the people that could smuggle you. in.
Correct.
Right.
correct. So yeah, you could get in there. And especially like as mentioned, they don't know who you are because you weren't there really. So it would be different if like Scar or Napoleon or anybody that they might have physically seen Grail
Right.
were to show up. If maybe if they were alerted to watch for these people, but you guys weren't seen during the assault.
Gotcha.
So yeah, they wouldn't. Yeah, okay. But is it common? So where have we been? Have we been like raiding Imperial ships closer to Horizon in that channel area, or have we been sticking to the south?
You guys have been hitting Empire ships all the way all around Nova Mistral, and you've even hit Empire ships in the Empire.
Okay,
Ooh.
so we've traveled pretty far.
You've hit there. You've on the map there. That's a railroad there, and he's even raided like that train before
What's
and stolen things.
The one you mean in
the desert,
Going through
in
the
the
desert,
yellow
yeah.
area.
Desert? Okay.
Yeah, those
Interesting.
dotted
So it's a
lines are
desert-
train
So it's
tracks.
a desert, except for the coastline is actually like grassland, or
Yep, the coastline is grassland and it like near the water, but as you start to get away from there, on the southern part there, it starts to become more.
is it forested or is it grassland? Like grassland,
It's pretty
like-
it's grassland. There's not really a lot of trees
flat
there.
plains type of thing. Okay.
Not much to shield
Interesting.
them from the winds blowing from Horizon.
Okay. So there are things like either actual boat ferries or airship ferries that go between Horizon and Vane, or Horizon and a Spear.
There's probably both.
Yeah, there's on the inner parts around Vane. There's the only people that use boats around there are Vane vessels for Saffron because they control the waters there. It's called the Waveless Lock because there's no wind there, there's no waves. It's all very calm, so it's hard to traverse there
Unless
without
you
using
probably have a water
using
crystal
power of the water
vessel.
crystal to
Yeah.
Wait,
traverse.
there's literally no wind around Vane.
There's not enough wind to really like push you along on a big ship.
Right.
So
Well,
it's
Like, what about
Like there's
a
probably
raft or something
natural
like that,
wind
or,
and
like-
stuff like
yeah,
that.
yeah.
but-
If you were to like row or whatever, but it's a pretty long trip for
Okay.
rowing across.
right.
Okay, but you could sit like if I had so if I had
It's
a
not like
10-foot
going out on the ocean, you know.
No, I know. I'm saying, but if like you ever sailed on a lake before, like you could do that. Is what you're saying?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. You can and
So it's
definitely
so it's not magically eerie where it's like glass water, like
No.
glass water top or anything like
Nope.
that. Okay.
That would actually be pretty fucking cool.
there's a lot of
Um,
like water creatures and races like that. If you're looking to play like any of the water, Tritons live a lot in that area, along with
Around Vane.
like
Okay.
along with like turtles and any of the races that are water, like sea elves. That's where a lot of them like live.
Okay. And the jungle that's above Vane, that's Empire.
That's Empire.
Yes, Empire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's like villages and cities there, like, or
Villages or cities would be putting it like it might be like little like gatherings of huts where some people live. It's a very rough place to live.
so they probably don't send a lot of guards out there.
So like the
No.
true line of the Empire is technically that southern gate that's across. Then like the original like Empire line.
It's the where the actual like line of the Empire was is hard,
Right.
but that area, most of that area was Empire. So it could have been, maybe like where the gate was. That might have been like, a neutral area, and don't know exactly where the lines. Were
I was
drawn anymore.
wondering. Yeah.
So we haven't hit airship. We haven't raided any of their airships over the jungle. Then is what I'm saying. Like,
Nope, not over the jungle. They normally don't like flying over the jungle. They not many reasons for that. If they need something, they'll they might fly over there or take like the train, and that's where they'll go if they need to go into the jungle for some reason.
okay. And do other airships over Vane? Like, does Vane have their own airships or no?
Vane does have their own airships, and they are again used in a very different way too. Those are powered far more like with like arcane magics
Okay.
than normal.
Like
but they don't.
runes
You
instead
don't.
of-
You don't really ever see them like going out. Like they are there specifically for like defending Vane, which is it's just normally not needed because there's like a giant magical like bubble around Vane that protects it.
But do
So
they
is
allow people
Vane-
in and out?
They do.
Like
That's
magic I was
gonna say, yeah.
that's where
Okay.
that's where like the magical school of basically the continent is Vane.
So, can people just go in and out of the bubble free will, or do you need to have
Yeah,
like
probably have to go
something
through a
The-
gate
the-
of some
the proper
kind,
like paperwork as well.
paperwork.
No, I mean, is there something that prevents you? Like,
Oh yeah,
like what
yeah. You
Jess
can't
said, is
you
there a
can't just
gate?
physically walk in there. Yeah, there's a gate when you walk up through the forest.
So
You
there's
can
probably
get
different
into
entrances, right?
Yep, you can get into the city on the outside. That is not blocked off, but the actual like Vane, which is like the magical school and where like all the nobility are located, that is protected by the giant bubble.
Okay, gotcha. This is a pretty cool world. It's a lot to remember.
I know.
Yeah,
That's
for
what
sure.
I'm trying to like.
And
what
it's
exactly
yeah.
I know and don't know, and
For sure. And yeah, there's a lot going on here that you don't necessarily need to know about because your characters wouldn't know. But when it comes up, absolutely ask questions and I'll answer them.
right. The
Okay.
one thing I was kind of thinking of is, would I know if there's, if like artificy, like what
Like,
Smitty
cut it here,
does.
guys.
is like common